Live. What's good, everyone joining up the stream right now? How's everybody doing today? What's good, everyone joining in? We're going to start getting some debates up here very, very soon. We just started up the live. Let me let everyone know that I'm live on Instagram and everywhere else as well. Instagram. Sorry. I was just playing my audio real quick. There we are. What's good, everyone joining in? Or here, let me unpin that. I'll put... Boom. There we go. All right. That is a better way to set it up. What's good, everyone joining in? How's everybody doing? What's good? Let me message Instagram. Let them know that I'm live. Let Instagram know that I'm live. And then we will, what's it called? We will go on to some debates here in a second. Do give it a second. I'm letting Instagram know I'm live. I'm live. Alrighty, what's up, everyone joining in? Happy 2nd anniversary. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm going to have such a great time celebrating that later. It'll be so amazing. She doesn't get off work until, like, a bit later, but, you know, I'm going live early in the day, and then I got to, like, you know, it's called set everything up. But what's good, everyone joining in? If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. What's good, everyone joining in the stream? Everybody, how's everybody doing? We're going to start getting some debates up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. What's good, everyone joining in? We're going to start getting some debates up here in a second. Let me get it going here in a minute. We actually don't have the main account or the second account until like later today. And I think I get back the main account at some point either today or tomorrow. So we'll see about that. Let me try to find my live stream because I'm gonna repost my live stream. Let me do that. Reposted. Look at that. Repost the live stream. It will help push it out to more people. Can I even send a guest request? No, I can't even click on. Wow, dude. That's so brutal. Carolina, thank you so much for the $50 for the anniversary. They said, I just love. Oh, thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Carolina in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is so kind of you. Absolutely so kind of you. What the hell? What's good, everyone joining in? Sage, how you doing? Wait, it's yours and Marge's anniversary? Yes, our anniversary is October 6th. It was October 6th, 2023. I was, what's it called? I was wanting to wait until the 7th because it's my half birthday, but I couldn't wait. so it's the 6th. I couldn't wait. That's really what it is, to be honest. We're gonna start getting some debates here in a second, everybody. Do give it a minute for people to join up. She gave me all my gifts yesterday. It was so great. We did it a little bit early. I gave her all of hers and she gave me all of mine. Well, technically we haven't both fully got each other's gifts yet, but yeah. Alrighty, everyone. We're going to start getting some debates up here in a minute. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Let's get it going. What's up, Mary? Thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
It's kind of lagging on my screen. September 1st was just my birthday.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Yeah, I just want to say Hayden owns you, by the way, and you're scared of debating Hayden Rodia. He owns the shit out of you, bro. Debate him because he owns you. Every
I'll
time y'all debate, he
wait,
he absolutely crushes you in the debate.
wait. I would
100%.
I would
Get in
definitely,
touch with him and debate him because you're scared, bro.
dude. I've debated him already, and I would debate him again. I don't have an
Yeah,
issue
you've
with debating
debated him
Hayden.
twice, and both times you kicked him, bro. One time your live ended, but the other time you kicked him, bro.
For what?
You're scared of debating Hayden. You said Charlie Kirk was ducking you, but you're scared of debating Hayden, bro.
I
Debate
said I would
Hayden.
debate him.
I bet. Get in touch with him and
Or should
debate
I
him
not?
because you know you get stomped
Dennis,
by
thank you
him,
for the
bro.
membership subscription. Why'd you just randomly come up on the live and do this?
Yeah, because you're scared of debating him. I mean, and
I mean,
also I hope you get assassinated,
you
bro.
can go to his own YouTube page, and oh, he just left. It's like you can go to his own YouTube page, and you can watch the video of him going his own over his own theological errors, in the debate that he had with me and Dean, which I actually genuinely thought was pretty, like, genuine. I actually thought that was a pretty genuine thing, like going over your errors in like a debate. Like I rarely see that, especially from people who disagree with me. CK, thank you so much. You're missing. Did you hear that? Wait, I didn't hear anything. I'm sorry, chat. I'm so confused. I must have been speaking when they said something. Oh, that's crazy. That's a crazy thing to say. I genuinely didn't hear that. I genuinely didn't hear that. So that's a fucking nuts thing to say, man. That's a nuts thing to say.
Look, economic.
Sorry, I kicked you, especially because I literally just saw the webcam on right away. They were just showing me like a paper or something though, so I don't think it was bad. I literally just kicked you out of muscle memory, by the way. But yeah, that statement's a wild take to make, man. I wouldn't say something like that, even if he's considering it a joke. Like that's a nuts thing to say, especially right now. That's fucking crazy. Wendy, thank you so much for the $15. I'm so excited for your anniversary and happy for you. My husband and I just celebrated our 20 years, May 12th, 2005. That's great. Yo, I'm so happy for you. That's amazing. 20 years is incredible. It's incredible. That's absolutely incredible. Alrighty, everyone, we're going to go on to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I love your shirt.
Oh, I appreciate you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Jackie, thank you for the $5. I support the redistricting. I want us to redistrict. That's great. I'm happy that they're asking the people for what they want prior. I think that's amazing. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm sorry, but please play Farm Sim, bro. Stop running. Just play.
Stop running. Play Farm Sim. Play Farm Sim. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 18.
What's your birth year?
It's 2007,
What month?
June 14th.
Okay.
June.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I would definitely most likely vote for Donald Trump.
Okay, why so?
I think that some of the economical growth is pretty well, and I think that most of the taxes have gone down. I've been watching what you've been saying about the taxes and how some of the statistics have actually gone up, and I don't really think that's too much of true. Sorry, I'm like talking and looking for my notebook, but I just stand with his moral beliefs and his religious beliefs a lot too. So and I don't agree with like abortion or anything. So
Okay, so there's a few things. Taxes have gone up for working and middle class Americans, comparative to what it would be under Harris's tax plan. Because if you think about it this way, Kamala Harris wanted to keep all the tax cuts from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that were applicable towards income earners under $400,000 a year. So if she wanted to keep all the tax cuts for income earners under $400,000 a year, there'd be no difference between the administrations, right? Except for the fact that Donald Trump is imposing tariffs So tariffs disproportionately negatively impact low and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods. So if it's going to increase the taxes for everyone and for working class Americans especially, that will mean that there are greater levels of taxation, specifically with Donald Trump, comparative to what it would have been with Kamala Harris for income earners under $400,000 a year. Now that would be different for income earners over $400,000 a year once you get
Yes,
to a
and
certain
that
level
is
of income.
that is the problem. I don't think it's really fair for people $400,000 a year because my family does fortunately make that, but we really don't like the tax cuts in America, and we think it's unfair, and there should definitely be some equality. But
So you don't support the tax cuts?
well, I think that if you're gonna tax cut everyone, it should be for everyone and not people that make a certain amount of money. Yes.
Well, the reality is that we have to have governmental systems, and we have a system right now that we're like $36 trillion in debt, and we disproportionately would rather have the rich pay than people in the working class.
Yes, I do know that, and I also don't like. I just debated Dean like a week ago on this, and he did kick me, so I'm not very happy about that. But I was bringing up to him that Biden made a organizational plan on if you are a teenager and you get pregnant, then you get free welfare from the state. You get a free like apartment or housing, free like food stamps, and that took like a big tax cut. I don't know where you're from, but I'm from Maine, and it took a very big tax cut, and it actually caused a statistic of 3% more teenagers to get pregnant in America, what I read online. And I think that's not okay. It should not be, it should be frowned upon, teenagers getting pregnant, but
Yeah, so they should
it
be able to get
obviously
access to
happens.
abortion, right?
Which I also don't think. I think, what I was taught when I was younger, if you can lay down and make them, you can get up and raise them. But
Yeah, but I don't think that's a good thing just because you were taught when you were younger. I think that's wrong.
yes, I completely understand that we have different perspectives on that. But my moral and religious belief is that God put a child on this planet for every reason. And I think that every child deserves to have a life. And I know the foster care system is really bad right now, and I really hope that Trump can do something to make the system a little more unproblematic. But I really think that abortion is not 100% the way to go at all.
Okay, so we're going to get into this position that, because you already said religious earlier, I just wanted to clarify, you do agree taxes are higher for working class Americans, and you're totally okay with that insofar as that you get an extra tax cut under Trump?
No, the tax cut, I know my mom and dad make a lot of money, but we get taxed extra, I'm pretty sure, because they make more money, which I know that
Yeah,
they're
there's
complaining
brackets.
about a lot.
Yes.
Yes, and that's what I think is unfair.
Okay, so just think about it this way. If for the first $45,000 in income, it's the tax the same for everybody. The first $75,000 in income, tax the same for everybody. The first $100,000, tax the same for everybody. Okay? So it's the same if you make that much money. Everyone will have to pay that if they make that much money. You only
I
pay
don't-
the higher rates on the brackets that are above. So if you make $500,000 a year and the brackets is at 400,000, you would only pay that extra percentage on the 100,000 over 400,000.
Okay, I understand that too, but I just think that, people that are still working class, like working like franchises, like, cooking or Dunkin' or anything, should just exactly get the same exact what my parents are getting so they can know what the taxes are really like and how high of a cut they are. But I will, yes, agree with you on that. But I really did want to get into
Before we do, I just
religion.
want to clarify. You're okay with your taxes, or you're okay with taxes for other people going up, and even for you, by the way, the taxes would go up for you because your parents will get a tax break.
No, hold on. Let me go to my tax page. I don't really agree with half of what you're saying. Are you saying that everyone is getting the same tax cut and taxes are going up because of President Trump? Because I'm pretty sure in 2017 he made a tax cut, like a job act, and he
Yes.
lowered like corporate
Yes.
tax rates. And
Yeah, like I told you,
Before-
all the taxes applicable to income under $400,000 a year, Harris said that she would keep.
yes, She said that she would keep Trump's.
Yeah, all the tax cuts applicable to income under $400,000 a year, and that she would slightly increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year, which would
Yes, that's what I heard.
make her plan lead to 4 trillion less debt-related spending over the next 10 years.
Yes, I do know that, and I think it's good, and at the same time, it's just bad for the people that also make 400,000, like over, her brackets and everything.
You're gonna be fine. Like, think about it this way: under Donald Trump's big beautiful bill, 420,000 children are cut off of free school lunch and breakfast every single month on average. 2.5 million people cut off of their food stamps every month on average. Over 10 million people cut off of their health insurance, and it adds $3.4 trillion to the debt. Now, just because you get a slight tax cut from your parents' side, is that worth the 420,000 children that are gonna be cut off of free school lunch and breakfast every single month on average?
No, I absolutely don't think that, but I also just think it's a little unfair on my end.
How is it unfair?
Well, because I don't technically make what my parents make. I mean, I still am under them, but so I still have college and car payments and phone payments and everything, so it is still pretty hard on my end.
Yeah,
but
so you'll be paying more because of tariffs. So your parents will get the tax break, yeah, but you're going to be paying more, literally.
okay, I kind of understand now. I understand that tax part now.
And doesn't it
But
create more social mobility to have a system where people who are lower income pay less into the system, and then as you make more, you pay more into the system?
yeah, I do kind of understand that. I just thought that he did a lot for tax cuts and the Job Act and everything. That's what I was trying to preach. But yeah, no, I
Yeah, and
do
again,
understand how
she would keep the
Kamala was going
TCJA
to.
for all income under 400,000.
Okay. Yes, I understand that. And I think that would be, I think it would be a good thing, but it's, like I said, it's just a little unfortunate for some other people.
Okay. I mean, but like I would prefer that comparative to Donald Trump's tax plan, where it's not just a little bit unfortunate for some people, it's life-changing. It's whether or not children are eating, Children
know,
are
I
going to
do
go hungry because
completely
of this,
understand that.
because of Donald Trump's bill. So it's like, I mean, I would prefer, it being a little bit, more money to pay in taxes for income over 400,000 than children starving to a greater extent in this country.
Yes, I obviously don't want that. I obviously do not want children to starve or anything, but unfortunately, I cannot do anything about that, really.
Yes, you can. You can choose to support a different candidate. That's the point that we're making about this live, is that your candidate, Donald Trump, is the one that supports that policy, and the other side did not. So if you would have not voted for Donald Trump, right, then it would be the case that we wouldn't have that policy that cuts 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month.
That's interesting because is it cut off right now?
It's
Has it
set to
passed
cut
yet?
off by, I think, 2028. And I think it's already started in some areas. I'd have to check, though.
Because that's not how it is in my state, and in 2028, that's
Or is it
a pretty long
2027?
time.
It might be 2027 when it starts.
But yeah, I haven't, I mean, I've kind of heard about it, but I haven't really heard that it's actually happening or set in stone, like perfectly set in stone. So I haven't really heard that.
No, it
but
is. Like the law's been passed. It's just like that. He said it for a later period than like right now, so that he doesn't get blamed for it as much.
Okay, well, maybe that is the case, but I don't want to jump to a conclusion and say that that's what he's trying to do on purpose. But yes, I will agree with you that I really do like the tax cut and the Job Act and everything, and I think that, yes, Kamala, if she kept that, I would have been a little more, prone to voting for her. But I didn't really hear much about that. I just heard that she was raising taxes for wealthier individuals or people that make more money.
Okay, so yeah, she definitely is very slightly, but that's definitely better comparative to what we get through Trump's plan. And also, by the way, the tax is still raised for you too if you make that level of money, because you have tariffs still cost money, right?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it does, but I was just saying for economical growth reasons, and that's what I was saying that he did a good job on.
but he's worse for economic growth. Since she's got in office, real GDP growth has gone down. Since he's got in office, the jobs report's been so bad, 7 to 10 times less job growth than what we saw a year ago under Biden. It's been so bad that he fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, claiming that the information was politically biased. And then he literally, what's it called? After doing that, hired a new person that indicated even less jobs for the next month. Oh no, we're lagging a little bit.
Okay.
I don't know why it does that.
I wasn't really educated on that.
Oh, I hear you now. What's up?
I said I wasn't really educated on that part of it, but yeah, no, I absolutely do see where you're coming from, and yes, I do see where you're coming from, and I think that I can take your side a little bit on it
For sure. So I guess
and
like
say that you are.
I guess like what's still holding you to support Donald Trump? You said just moral, religious. Can you name one ideal of Christianity that Donald Trump upholds to a greater extent than Kamala Harris?
Well, he says, preaches that he is a Christian, and he has a lot of supporters that are Christians, and I've heard him on, like, the news and stuff say that he's Christian. I've never heard, well, like, the acts that he, like, the laws that he wants to pass follow more with my religion
But
than
you could
most.
Okay, so let's go through this. So you said he says he's Christian, and you know that Kamala Harris does as well, right? And Kamala Harris also has a lot of supporters that are Christian.
Yes, I do know that. But some of the things that she agrees with don't really abide by what the Bible goes by.
Okay. Well, we'll listen to this clip first, and then we can go into that.
Okay. You mentioned the Bible. You've been talking about how it's your favorite book, and you said, I think last night in Iowa, some people are surprised that you say that. I'm wondering what one or two of your most favored Bible verses are and why.
I wouldn't want to get into it because to me that's very personal. You know, when I talk about the Bible, it's very personal, so I don't want to get into verses. I don't want to get into.
There's no verse that means a lot to you that you think about or cite?
The Bible means a lot to me, but I don't want to get into specifics.
Even to cite a verse that
no,
you like?
I don't want to do that.
You're an Old Testament guy or a New Testament guy?
Probably equal. I think it's just an incredible. The whole Bible is an incredible. I joke. Very much so. They always hold up the Art of the Deal. I say my second favorite book of all time. But I just think the Bible is just something very special.
Yeah, so I can talk about that if you are trying to say, because he couldn't name a Bible quote or didn't want to get into it. Really just, I know that you ask a lot of questions about the Bible.
He didn't want to get into it because he didn't know a Bible verse. Everyone knows that.
Well, you don't know that for certain.
We know that for very good likelihood.
Because I know that because I've been watching some of your lives, and I know that you ask people certain questions that they don't know and aren't fully aware of. And I don't think that everyone should know or be fully aware of every little single detail of the Bible or of Christianity itself.
This is not just every single detail. It's, do you have a favorite verse? And he asked a question, are you Old Testament or New Testament? And he said equal. Like,
oh yeah, like he likes them both is what I think he's trying to say.
Do you think that is a coherent thing for a Christian to say, that they like them equally?
I mean, I could say like I like them both.
No,
like,
would you
I
say that you like
them
them equally? Ever? Do you know any Christian in your life that's ever said that?
I mean, I've definitely heard of some ridiculous answers, but I don't think
people who haven't read it.
Too ridiculous. Well, you don't have to even read the Bible.
And then the next time, he was asked this question, he said 2 Corinthians.
I haven't heard him say that. I mean, he probably did. But
it's 2 Corinthians, right? He didn't know that.
Yes, I did. I understand that, and I understand that maybe but that's what he preaches. That's what I mean, I'm not inside his head, so I don't exactly not aware of if he's doing it for political views or not, but I have seen videos of him at church, donating to churches, so I would like to believe that he is a Christian.
Okay, well, he said that he had never asked God for forgiveness in his life. Do you think that you could never ask God for forgiveness in your life and still be Christian?
I also I've never heard him say that either, but I've definitely, me personally, wouldn't agree with that, but I don't
think that that is a it's obviously a sin, but I don't think that's stopping you from being a Christian. No.
Okay. You don't think that's stopping you from being a Christian, so just like not repenting at all in your life ever?
Well, that's not. There is only one sin that really cannot be forgiven. And I mean, it's a problem. It's definitely a bump in the road.
What sin is that? What sin can never be forgiven?
Isn't it? It's not accepting God into your life. I know I can't really pronounce it that well. It's in my book right here.
Not accepting God into your life. Okay, so I'm
not believing in Him.
Yeah, I don't believe in God.
Yes, and that is totally fine.
So are you saying that I should? So I'm engaging in an unforgivable sin by just choosing not to believe. So I have a question. Do you think I should be in prison?
No, I don't think that you should be in prison. Absolutely not.
But I've committed an unforgivable sin.
Well, you just wouldn't go to heaven.
Okay, so what do you think? What do you think is worse, an unforgivable sin or a forgivable sin?
Well, I don't really know. I mean, in terms of the world, like, a sin is a sin, and like, you know, like murder, all of that, it's all bad, and we obviously don't want it, but it's going to happen, even if you're a Christian or not a Christian, if that's what you're trying to say. Like,
no, I'm
a forgivable sin is like murder. Yeah, you could murder someone and be forgiven, but that's not on my terms. If he's going to forgive them, that's on God's terms, so I can't really speak for him like that.
So essentially the point I'm trying to make here is that, like, you think that things like abortion should be illegal, right? And those are forgivable sins. But things like an unforgivable sin, like apparently just me saying that I don't believe in God, right? That should have no type of consequences. Why?
Abortion, yeah, it is a sin and it is wrong, but you can be forgiven for it. And I don't, judge any, like, I obviously in my mind don't believe in it, but if, my friends agree with it, and I think that, yeah, it is your choice. I feel like it is a woman's choice, but I don't agree with it. It would not be my choice.
Okay, sure, but you think it should be legal, right?
I know morally, and I want to say morally, on my religious end, it shouldn't be, because every child is put on the earth for a reason. But at the same time, in my mind, I'm a political science major, and I'm really trying to see every side of it. And I really feel like, wow, like in cases of like I'm not going to say the word, but that, and like a medical term, I really feel like maybe it should be okay, because I wouldn't want someone that's, delivering the baby to pass away.
Okay, but say in elective circumstances, right? Like, should it be legal? Like, you could say you disagree with it, but should it be legal is really the question.
I don't, in my personal mind, think that it should be absolutely illegal. No, but I don't know. I know that my family wouldn't agree with what I'm saying right now, but I just think that there should be a little choice.
Okay, well then the point would then be is that there is a choice that, from a legal perspective. You don't have to agree with that choice. You could never do that in your life, but it's the choice for people to make, right? From a legal perspective, that's really all the position is in terms of being pro-choice, is that you, from a legal perspective, think it should be allowed. All right, plenty of people who are pro-choice disagree with abortion, but they think it should be legal. Like, like if we reference Joe Biden, for example, right, his position was, right, anti-abortion, but he was pro-choice. He thinks it should be legal, but his faith makes him think it's wrong.
Yes, no, I completely understand that. All my friends are pro-choice, and I hear every single side of it. And I've had some friends who have been in the situation that they have been pregnant, and it really was sad to just see them, like, in that absolute sheer of panic. But I can't stop. I can't say, no, you can't get one, because I was just thinking about, like, wow, I don't want them to go, I don't want them to go through such a thing. But it's, like I said, I don't think it should be my choice, and I don't think it should be anyone else's choice but that one person, unless it's like a reoccurring situation where you're having like multiple a year, then I think it's a little off-putting. But
well, and then the point that you're essentially arguing is that it should be between that person and God, and not that person, right, in the law. And that's essentially the point of the person who's pro-choice. So it sounds like you're pro-choice. It sounds like you don't agree with Donald Trump on like abortion. So if that's true, what about religion does Donald Trump uphold to a greater extent? Because there's nothing else people can point to.
Hold on, let me look at my book, but I was hearing you and I see similar sides of you and Dean talking about the countries with the most crime rates and like everything. I know that you said that. I think you said something in my notes that has a little jot down of you said something about America being one of the highest crime rates, I think, or like murders or shootings in the past year. I don't know if it was you or Dean because
That might have been Dean. I'm not quite familiar with the claim you're probably referencing.
But I was looking it up and a lot of it went down and then the statistics went back up when I was looking at the charts. And I wanted to talk about teen pregnancy with you because I just wanted to know your opinion on if the welfare should be given out to the teenagers, like the free housing and the free food stamps and all of that. How you agree on it, because I did talk to Dean about it and he kicked me. He got very upset.
Okay, well, I mean, I definitely believe that, people should be taken care of. I believe in a universal healthcare system. I believe in universal childcare. I believe in housing affordability and providing access to housing in places where people can't provide it for themselves.
Yeah.
Like, I think that is going to be true. So,
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with that. But do you think that there should be like a tax cut taken out from other people is the problem? Like, we are spending money for
I pay
these
taxes.
children.
I pay
Who purposely
taxes.
get
I'm
pregnant.
willing to pay taxes to be able to provide for people in the society that I live in.
But for them to purposely get pregnant is what I'm saying. And Dean, when I was debating him, saying that teenagers don't purposely get pregnant and that doesn't happen, or disability. Like I did get clips saying that not all people on disability that are collecting those checks.
Well, like I grew up in
are
Iowa.
disabled.
There are 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds that get married and they want to have children at that age. They're both 18 and 19, right? And
Yes.
I think that they should be able to have help too because they're a young family.
Well, I don't know about that necessarily. I mean, you wanted to have weddings are expensive. Having kids are expensive. That's a decision that you're making, a lifelong decision. And you should be financially stable or in a stable condition to have children.
Well, I mean, I think that everyone should be taken care of in our society.
Yeah,
Right? That's the society that I live in. I believe in. And I mean, if that society is more likely to be closer to what we are going to get if we support liberal policies, like not the ones that Trump's advocating for in terms of gutting Medicaid, food stamps, and like free school lunch and breakfast. I think that's ridiculous.
Yeah, no, I do understand what you're saying about that, and I think that every kid should have access to, free health. I think everyone should have access to free healthcare. Even I know that they're taking like immigrants can't have free healthcare, or he's trying to do something like that, and I don't agree with that at all. I think that everyone should get healthcare, absolutely, and meals. But what I'm trying to make you acknowledge is about why the government is taking. I know that everyone needs to chip in and help, but why are they like uprising it for the people that make more money?
Why are they increasing taxes for higher income earners comparative to lower income earners? Because it is the case that you can get more tax revenue, and it is the case that people can afford it more. So if you think about it this way, disposable income, right? Everyone has bills they require in order to survive, right? So there's going to be an amount that they're spending, right? And they're not able to save as much, right? People are living paycheck to paycheck. Most Americans living paycheck to paycheck, okay?
Yeah.
For the Americans that have vast levels of disposable income, they have a greater ability to pay in terms of taxation because of that disposable income that they have, right?
Yeah.
They're still paying the
Yeah.
same type of cost of living as everyone else, probably a little bit more in their circumstance because they make more. And it is the case that they have they have more disposable income.
Yeah,
Right?
no,
So that's why we tax
agree
that to a
with
greater
that.
extent because they can pay more. We wouldn't want to be taxing people that can't afford it. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, no, I do understand what you're saying. Sorry, I just hear my family complain about it a lot, and they think that it's very unfair that they're being taxed a little more than everyone else.
I don't know. That's what I hear,
I mean,
and I say it's
I mean,
unfair.
maybe the state taxes are higher or something, but like the tax rate we have federally is not that high. Like for the
Um,
like 37% on income over like 400,000 is like that's like not even 40. I live in Los Angeles, right? If you make higher levels of income in Los Angeles, you definitely pay a lot more, right? And that's the level of taxation that realistically should exist, right? For that level of income, we can do that. It's not going to affect your life in such a manner in which you won't be able to afford things if you're making that much money. And it is the case that it creates a better society. Like genuinely, I get that like a lot of people think that it's unfair. I get it, but that to me seems a lot more like greed than actually like you know being Christian and wanting to take care of others. Are we really prioritizing the greed of people who have income over $400,000 a year over the children having food? What would Jesus say in that circumstance? Why don't we ever
yes,
talk
I
about
know.
Christianity's influence in this context? But people will
Yeah.
always talk about Christianity's influence in the context of like restricting people from doing things. You know what I mean?
Yes, money is the root of all evil. It absolutely is.
I don't I don't think it's the root of all evil, but I definitely think it makes evil look
No,
worse in plenty of circumstances. That's
it
why we need like
is.
regulations and systems and governmental influence to ensure that people are taken care of, that there's a social safety net, that they're not allowed to do a lot of things like that.
No,
That's why we have legal
it
systems.
absolutely is the root of all evil. It's printed in the Bible, Timothy 6:10. It is absolutely the root of all
Okay.
evil.
Did
and I
evil
don't
exist
think that-
prior to money?
I mean, yeah, that's not the only evil in the world, but it is
Okay.
one of the roots
You
of all
said the
evil.
root
Yeah.
of all evil. If it's the root of all evil, that means evil could not exist without it, right?
No, that's not true. There's different types of evil, and that's absolutely one of the biggest ones.
Okay, sure. If you just mean like it's a huge form of evil, I guess, sure. But it's not all
Yeah.
evil, I guess, yeah.
That's what I was trying to say. It is huge. It's huge. I mean, yes, people need money, but it is yeah, that is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, I think that he reduced regulations on building new homes to increase supply with cutting taxes, and I know that I did really agree with that. And the teen pregnancy thing, like I was saying, in 2020, before, like right before Biden got in office, it was like a 15%, and now it's back at 12% because Trump is taking down his plan of supplying teenagers with welfare, pregnant teenagers, because it's like this little plan organization that he's taking down, which I do agree with, because I don't know what the statistics are in your state, but my state, people were purposely getting pregnant at like 13, 14 so they could live in a free house or like an apartment.
I'm sorry. 13-year what the fuck?
Yeah, no, it was a thing. Like when I was in middle
I'm
school
sorry.
and high school,
What are you
people were
talking
getting
about?
people were getting pregnant so they can live in like free apartments, and they can live in like we have like these housings where I live where all
Yeah, I'm
the
sorry. You
people-
think that a 13-year-old is intentionally doing that? I don't think a 13-year-old is old enough to be like intentionally like doing it in that
Well,
context, right? Like I don't think that you were saying that they should be responsible for like a decision they're making when they're 13 years old like that. That would be ridiculous. Obviously, they should be able to like get an abortion, or they should be able to.
Yeah, I obviously
if they
agree
want,
with that,
right?
but they wanted to keep it.
If they
Like
if they,
the girl.
Okay,
The
then
girl wanted to keep
then
it
what
and
then
move
what's your what do
in.
you want to do then?
But I don't understand why she can't live. Why does she need to move into a house with her boyfriend, get free food stamps? It's like an almost I want to be an adult thing, and we shouldn't be normalizing teenagers wanting to get pregnant, is what I'm trying to say.
I mean, I'm sorry. Would you prefer them not being taken care of?
I would prefer them staying probably either
I think the
home-
best way to incentivize, like children specifically not to be in that circumstance is by sex ed, right? It's by like talking to children and
Yes.
teaching them,
Yeah,
right?
sex ed is a great
Especially
thing.
about the implications.
Which it
as
is
well.
you have to be taught it in school. You have to have a health credit to
That
graduate.
sounds like something that we need to address from an educational standpoint and a community perspective, not by specifically saying like, people shouldn't be like fed and taken care of.
Well, that's
Especially
not
children.
what I'm saying.
What are the children supposed to do? Can they even like?
Well, I think that it's also a problem on, a parental standpoint, and they shouldn't be probably living with their parents if they can go around and
What? They're
do
13.
what they want.
but they shouldn't be making children at 13.
Wait, yeah, like, wait, I'm sorry, but that's definitely going to be like something that, you know, shouldn't be happening. Of course, we don't want that to have to happen to somebody. I'm confused what your point is. What are you talking
No,
about?
my point is they should be
The 13,
either not
they're
living.
still like their parent. You're saying you don't want them to live with their parents? I'm confused.
Well, I'm saying that if they aren't living with their parents, maybe the parents should be checked by CPS or
I
something.
mean, yeah, definitely. Like, if something is going on and the parents had some involvement in like allowing, you know, certain types of things to happen in certain contexts, maybe you could have some involvement in investigations, I guess. But like, I'm confused. What's your point with all of this? I don't even know. How is this relative to Trump's policies?
I'm just really glad that he's taking down that organization that Biden made. That's what I was making a point of.
Which organization?
That's what It was a plan in 2021. I was talking to Dean about it. I forget what it's called, and he looked it up, and he was like saying that it was a good thing, and I said it was a bad
like a
thing.
COVID emergency policy, because that in 2021 sounds like a COVID emergency policy.
It was in COVID, yes, and he just
then. That probably won't. I mean, it might not exist right now because a lot of the COVID emergency policies that were put in place are still not in place. So I don't know. What are you referencing?
Well, maybe he did already take it down then. I'm not too sure on that. I was just reading about it in class because my teacher was showing us and it looked really like crazy. But that's what I was arguing with Dean about.
Okay, I guess how is this relevant towards like how you feel about Donald Trump? I guess because like if it was expired due to COVID, then I don't know what your point would be. It seems like COVID emergency policy that Congress agreed upon.
I think it was a good thing that he wanted to take it down.
Okay, when did Trump say this?
I'm not exactly sure when he said it, but I was on Fox News and I saw like a little like snippet of him saying like something about teen pregnancies being the highest that they were in 2020. One of the highest, he said. I'm not sure if he said the highest, but
2020 under Trump's administration. And Fox News is one, your first problem. Two is related to this. If you want to reference Trump, what he was saying, you probably should reference maybe a little bit more connotation or context. I honestly, actually, maybe that might not help you because, you know, Trump is like a bit incoherent and doesn't really make sense a lot of the times. But like,
yes, I know that he's not the best, but I felt like he was the better option, like in maybe just a little bit of the better option, just from some of the things that I've like read about online and seen. Like, there's a lot of things that I don't agree with. Well, like I said at the beginning, his economical growth, and I mean, I said on my notes like everyone is kind of getting lazy and not wanting to work, and it was definitely a big thing when COVID happened. And I was saying that he was taking away, sorry, I'm like kind of stumbling because I'm trying to read around, but it was just definitely religious reasons, and because I didn't agree with a lot of things that Kamala said.
Okay, so we already went over the point of economic growth. Trump literally leads to less economic growth since Trump's gotten office. The tariffs that he've implemented have negatively impacted real GDP growth, and especially the jobs market, which is indicating a reduction in GDP. Because if the jobs market is not really growing, it's likely the GDP is not growing as much as well.
Well, I also agree with it.
And then also the idea that people are just getting lazy and don't want to work. Well, a lot of people want to work. It's just there's less jobs.
Well, kind of, yeah, but no, a lot of people want to like collect disability or.
I mean, yes, if they are disabled, they absolutely should be able to collect disability.
Well, that's not the case every time, is what I'm trying to preach. They're not everyone.
What? I'm sorry. You trying to like reduce? I think that honestly, disabled people oftentimes aren't able to get the care that they do need because of the fact that it takes way too long to go through the context of the system. Right. I think that currently right now there are issues in getting people access to things that they need, not in people have too much in terms of. I don't understand how you would attack disability. Like it's really hard to get disability, but.
I sent this to Dean, and I did find a website on my phone, but I'm scared if I click out that it's going to
I don't know what it does, but I click out. But it says on a overview that not that like it was a statistic of like it was in the 20 percentages, I think, that claim disability aren't actually disabled.
I would love to see an actual source for this.
Okay.
What's your source?
What happens if I click out to go to my camera roll?
I won't be able to hear you, but you can, once you come back, I will be able to hear you.
Okay, they're all saying it's an AI overview. I don't know what that means because they all found it, I think, but maybe it was an AI overview, but it was a little thing I was reading.
What?
Sorry, I'm looking at the comments. They're saying it's an AI overview. Which I'm not really sure what that means, but
yeah, so I would love to see an actual like source on this, any type of evidence. And also, by the way, like, why would you I just want to clarify, like say there would be someone on disability that would be engaging in fraud who isn't disabled. Why would you take it away from disabled people? Because it is the case that someone was frauding the system.
Some people want to take it away from other because they just don't want to work. They just want to collect free money, or they are working and they're still collecting free money.
Well,
and it's just free money.
I'm sorry. What do you mean? People just want to quote unquote collect free money? This is not the case for people who are getting disability. They're getting disability because they require it. They need it.
I don't think that's always true in every case.
You think it's mostly in almost every case true.
I think that
and
a
again,
lot of
don't blame it, and don't engage in policies that restrict people who are disabled from getting it when it's already incredibly hard to get it. Right, when it is the case that literally right now the issue is people not having access to it. If it is the case that you're referencing some percentage, maybe there's one person out there that isn't disabled that specifically is on the program, right, and specifically is getting disability, kick that person off, but don't kick everyone else off. Don't make it harder for everyone else to get onto it. Just specifically try to look to specifically in those circumstances then. Like, I think that's really insane. Honestly, I think this is crazy. Honestly, I think that the conversation needs to be about providing people a greater access to it and about how incredibly hard it is currently right now to get through the system. And the fact that Trump's trying to make it even harder is actually insane.
Well, I think it needs to be even harder because you really need to prove
it doesn't. It absolutely doesn't.
Like,
I'm sorry, can you give me why do you think that it needs to be harder?
Because
that's fucking
when it's
crazy.
harder,
That's
you prove more that you're actually disabled in that way. If you aren't actually disabled, I mean, why can't you prove it even harder that you are?
What? I mean, what do they specifically need to go through? What do they need to go through to an extra extent? Jeez. At this point, it's already too much. Right now, it takes too long to go through the system right now. There's already too much. What other things do you want people to have to go through?
I mean, definitely a lot of testing and a lot of probably see a doctor to check you out and see if you're actually disabled. Yeah.
What? I'm sorry. Do you think that already doesn't? You don't think that people who are disabled go to doctors?
No, I think that they do, and I think that if I wanted to right now, I could probably collect disability if I wanted to. And I'm not disabled, but I could definitely do it. I know a lot of people.
No, you couldn't. What are you talking about?
I could.
No, what are you talking about? How?
Well, I could say I have epilepsy, so I need disability. I can't work. That's what I could say.
Okay. Have you gone to a doctor to verify that?
Oh, yes, I do have it, but I'm not disabled at all. But I could say I am.
You could say that it restricts you. Well, then you'd have to specifically show that. There's a lot more in the process than that. You understand that already, currently in the context of the law, it takes a lot more than just claiming.
Well, not necessarily, no. I don't think so. I think that if I could just, go to work and be like, I can't do this or something, I need to get on disability. I think that's what a lot of people do. I think it's a whole back and forth thing. Because I just do know people that do that.
So you're saying, your argument for why people should have a harder time being able to get access to it is that you could commit fraud.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That people.
It's illegal though. It's illegal for you to do that. It's fraud.
But a lot of people don't care because it doesn't matter. I'm getting money. That's what they're thinking.
What are you talking about? What do you mean people
wouldn't care? Do you think that
care?
everyone does things that are? Do you think no one does illegal things?
Trump does. I mean, and he's trying to normalize that to a greater extent. You understand that, right?
Yes, I think that a lot of people do things that they shouldn't be doing. But I don't know.
Yeah, and I mean, apparently you can't apply it with Donald Trump. I mean, he had 34 felonies that he was convicted of. He incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol, and then pardoned people who beat police officers, and he called them patriots right after.
Yeah, I did hear about that on your live last time, and I don't really know how to react to that. Yes, I know it's true. You showed a lot of receipts on that. I don't really know how to react to that. I don't really know the full unraveling story on it, but yes, no, I do know that that did happen. And I don't think it's okay if that's the full truth. I know nothing about this, but yeah.
But you still support him in despite of it?
I think that he is better than, like I said, Kamala Harris. That is what I don't think.
Even though he pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and he called them patriots after he incited an insurrection at the Capitol.
Well, I didn't. Like I said, I don't think he is the best person. No, I don't think he's the best person.
Okay, but how is he better than Kamala Harris, given that he literally incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol and pardoned the people who beat police officers and called them patriots?
I just agree with, like I said, tax cut plan. I agree with most of his abortion laws. I don't think he ever said that he was going to fully cut abortions for everyone.
I thought we agreed earlier that you don't want to make abortion illegal, and that his tax cut plan was worse because it actually led to more taxes for working class people and less taxes for rich people. And it cut people off of their access to free school lunch and breakfast, or children off of their access to free school lunch and breakfast, to the degree of 420,000 children per month.
No, I said the 2017 Tax Cut and Job Act I liked. That lowered corporate taxes rates and everything.
Yeah, but Kamala Harris would have kept all of that for income tax under $400,000 a year.
Yes, we did talk about that, but would she actually do that? I don't know. I don't know if she would have followed that plan. I don't know if that's what if she does what she preaches. But
you
yeah.
believe Trump would? I mean, Trump didn't drop the Epstein files. He didn't get the Russia-Ukraine war to end in 24 hours. He was completely lying about that. He didn't lower gas prices. He didn't drill baby drill.
Well, no, I think the gas prices are lower. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know where you're from, but right here, ours are like in the $2. So they were like in the $4 a couple years ago. It's like $2.90, $2.85 for like a gallon of gas.
So it's not $2.90. Okay, you understand that it's on a national level, on average, up since Trump got in office?
What do you mean by that?
Yeah,
because
so
it's different.
It's higher than what it was when Trump got in office. So gas prices have gone up since Trump got into office. There's no point where it's been lower than day one.
I don't think so. It used to be really, really high. Like I think during COVID.
Wait, I'm talking about here in 2025.
Yeah, they're low.
The past
now.
9 months.
Well, I don't know if they've been lowered, but I just know that they're low, is what I know.
You know that they're well? What?
I said I know that they're low.
Oh,
right now.
Okay, but like if you look at, I can show you from the Energy Information Administration that gas prices are higher now than what they were when Trump got in office. So he has not lowered gas prices.
Well, I didn't say that. I didn't say that he did lower gas prices.
He did. I was giving you examples of him lying about things that he would do. So you trusted him when he ran on policies to increase price. He said that tariffs decrease prices. That's what he said. That's what he ran on.
Office? Just because he hasn't done it now doesn't mean that he's never going to do it. Like I said, I don't agree with everything that he does. I don't agree with the biggest thing I don't like about him is his mouth. That's the biggest thing I don't like about him. I think that he says some pretty awful things.
There's a lot more than just that.
Yes, and I do understand that. And I don't agree with it. But I thought that voting for him would be morally, religiously, and better. I was a little worried by what people were telling me if Kamala got in office.
can we go back to like what you were talking about like 5 or 10 minutes ago about
Mm-hmm.
the uh, people on uh, uh, disability. So my dad was on uh, was on that program for about 3 years or so. Um, so he became disabled in his late 50s, and it took him about 2.5 to 3 years to get on it. Right, he had to go. He went to actually over 10 different doctor's appointments. They sent it to the state. And the state at first said no, so then he had to appeal it, and then when he appealed it, he had to go to a board, and then they had to prove to this board that he was actually disabled because I guess the doctor showing that he had 2 tears in both of his arms, that he had fainting spells, that he couldn't stand up, that his legs were giving out, all those type of tests, those weren't enough, and he actually had to go like straight to that board to actually show them that this was necessary. And then when it finally went through, by that time he was already almost the age where he was going to go just to be on a basic uh, 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 Social Security. So he basically had to go through 2.5 years of hell while trying to pay his medical bills because he couldn't work. And I think there's this great misunderstanding that it's super easy to get it. He was in, or he lives in a very blue state, very blue, right? And even in that blue state, it was incredibly difficult to get disability. So I want to uh, uh, disabuse you that in all places that it's so easy to get it because if even in the blue states it's incredibly hard to get it. I cannot imagine what it's like in the other states.
Yeah, and I completely agree that your dad absolutely should have gotten it faster, and I'm really sorry that he didn't get it faster. But what I was trying to say is some people do unfortunately collect it and they're not actually disabled, and I'm really sorry that he had to go through all that trouble.
Well, my only point is that is very rare, right? You cannot use what is rare in public policy to then dictate what is good for everybody else, right? Because yes, in every policy, no matter what policy it is, there will be fraud. That's the nature of like people who like take care of these things. But simply because there is fraud does not mean that one, that you make it harder to get, or that you get rid of it in its entirety. Because Donald Trump has already proposed just this week that he wants to make it more difficult for people who are older than like 50 years old to get disability benefits. And so you're going to see actually, if this new rule goes through, people who need it the most, those who are older, are going to have to go through one more barrier to be able to get it, even though that whole process is already very difficult.
Yeah, no, I absolutely understand what you're saying, and I feel like maybe not go through a long process like that to get disability, but maybe more of like a background check or something. I'm not really quite sure. But maybe
they do that. I mean, as I said, the average time to get on disability is about 2 to 3 years. That's the average time, right? So my dad fell within the average, but like some people are much longer than that. I've known people who it took them 5 years to get on it, right? Because they're going back and forth. They do much more than just a background check. You have to have doctor's notes. You have to have tests and MRIs and all those kind of things. You have to go before the board. All these type of things. It's just not super easy. And by the way, you have to pay for each of these things. So it's not free to go to the doctor. It's not free to go to the board. You have to pay to be able to do all that.
Yeah, no, I do. I understand that, and I don't think that's okay.
Yeah, I don't either. And so I think people have this misguided notion that it's very easy when it simply is not very easy. It's incredibly hard, and I have never met anybody, whether anywhere that I've met who has been on disability and actually is not actually disabled in like some way, and actually should be. Like this myth that somebody is on disability who is completely fine, they have nothing wrong with them, that they're just sitting at home and just eating chips, like they just like don't exist, like and so what they do is they take some of the like very rare cases where like somebody does actually do fraud, and they say, look, there's fraud, now we gotta throw out the whole thing, and that's going to be bad for everybody.
I do agree with you on that. Yes, I do. I know that like fraud is going to happen everywhere, and now I do understand that, and I thank you for sharing your story about it, because I do agree with that. I don't think that it should be. I don't think that you should have to pay to keep going back to the doctor's office and keep
trying to collect your disability. I think that's unfair. I really do think that's unfair. So thank you for
Well, yeah, well, no, you're fine, but I just want to make the point one more time that right now and over the past decade, only one party, one person has been making it more difficult for people to get that, and that's Trump, and that's Republicans. They have a systematic policy of making it more difficult. Nothing in their policy going back to the 80s says, you know what, let's make it easier for people who are actually disabled to get care. No, they want to make it much more difficult. Same thing for any other type of healthcare. They want to make people who are on the ACA to make it much harder. People who are on things like Medicare to make it much more harder. These things are already very difficult to get, and yet they want to make it more difficult.
Yes, I do understand your point, and I really do think that's unfair. I absolutely do think that's unfair, yes. So thank you for enlightening me about that, because it changed my perspective more on how hard it is. But in my own experience, I know a couple people that it's kind of wonky with that. Yeah, they do have a disability, but they are able to work. So it just kind of confuses me in that way.
If they have disability, if they have a disability, that means a doctor has signed off that they are unable to work. So you might think that they can work, but it means that they're a doctor, and the board that approved them thinks that they cannot work.
Okay. Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. It's still kind of wonky on my opinion. I don't know. Like I said, maybe I don't know the full story, but from what I've seen,
how are you going to deny the doctor and the entire board? Like, I'm sorry. Doesn't that seem absurd to you?
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, yes. Yes, I do understand. But yeah, you guys are changing my perspective a little bit on it. Actually, a lot of it. But no, so thank you for enlightening me, yes.
Okay, so then, like, what are you holding on in terms of support for Trump?
Honestly, I mean, thank you for talking to me on the live, because you have enlightened me about a lot and actually have given me the reasons and time of day to talk, unlike Dean. So I do really agree with what you're saying a lot, yes. And I will be openly to admit that.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I don't have much else to say. I think that No, I totally agree with you on a lot of it, yes.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
You as well.
Bye-bye. All right, Parker, that's all I wanted to say, so thanks for having me up.
Appreciate you, man, as always.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye. Take care.
W Matt in the comment section, everybody. W Matt. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Let me say thank you to a few people in the meantime. We're going to get some people up here. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. It'll help get it out to more people. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Stephanie in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Chelsea, thank you so much for the $2. Lorraine, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you. I'm so sorry. Literally, that's why it's way too difficult for people to get access to it. I don't know why people would want to make it even harder. Sam, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we some W's for Sam in the comment section? Laura, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. Can we some W's for Laura in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for Laura in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, as always. Ashton, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. That is crazy. I'm so sorry, Ashton. Yeah, I'm so sorry that you have to deal with that. It's literally crazy. Again, literally, it's so hard to be able to get access to it in the very first place. So it's actually crazy that people are literally, especially from the top down, from Trump's administration, trying to reduce people's access to it. It's so sad. And they try to justify it by saying there's just like one person that is on it that shouldn't be on it or something. I don't know. It's really sad. Jojo, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that's actually, I don't know. That was honestly a wild convo. Thank you so much, Ocho. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Juan, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I should have. Thank you so much, though. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Jackie, as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. I support the redistricting. I think it's great. Lisa, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $25 on Cash App. Thank you. Get some W's for Lisa in the comment section right now. Let me say thank you to some people on YouTube real quick, and then we're going to go on to the next person real quick. Alrighty. Let me catch up. Actually, we're going to add someone up, and then we'll do it. Give me a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 30.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Oh, I'd vote for Donald Trump.
Okay. All right. Give me 1 second. Let me say thank you to a few people, and then I'll go on to the debate real quick. Laura, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. As always, thank you so much, Laura. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Carl, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Alley Cat, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Spearhead, thank you so much for the $2. Isaiah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thank you. Bambi, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, with all the kind words and also all the messages. Thank you, everybody. Seriously, I really appreciate it. Sarah, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. TCT, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Emily, thank you so much for the $10. Jesse with the $2. Thank you. Marin with the $10 as well. Thank you. Jazz, thank you so much for the $5. Queen, thank you for the $4. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Raphael, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Carolina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Marin with the $5 as well. And Sage with the $5. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up. I appreciate everyone. Thank you, everyone, so much. Seriously, I really appreciate it. I'm going to go into the debates real quick. Again, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria, as always. So why do you support Donald Trump?
I support Donald Trump because he's clearly pro-family. I also have a problem with the Democrats because the Democrats seem to have seem to be against democracy from my opinion. I could go into it, starting with the Clinton and how she robbed Bernie of a fair process. We could go into the FBI and how the Clintons and Bush administration weaponized them. Your call.
Okay. Anything about Kamala Harris?
Oh yeah, she didn't deserve the nomination. She was placed there like she was a queen. There was no democracy into it whatsoever. There was nobody. I actually don't even think she would have won the nomination.
Okay, I have a question. When a president steps down from a ticket that's nominated, who's supposed to step up? Is it the vice president? Like, genuinely, think about it. Like, when it is the case the president steps down, the vice president steps up. That's literally how our system works. We voted for the Biden-Harris ticket. Listen. We voted for the Biden-Harris ticket in the primary. If Biden steps down, Harris steps up on the ticket. That's how vice presidency works. I'm sorry that you didn't pay attention in 6th grade, but that's how it works. That's how vice presidency works.
Where are you getting this from? The Constitution?
No, this is specifically us respecting the process that exists for vice presidency within the context of the party, because the nomination is through the context of the party, and I would say the best context of what they would specifically have to respect the democratic process would to be respect to the vote that originally existed for the ticket, right? And also you have to acknowledge that 80% of the Democratic Party was satisfied with her being the nominee.
So you do realize that people are typically the presumptive nominee in a primary, then they pick their vice president, right? And it's usually somebody who was, a fair competitor, right? Like, so nobody.
But this was an incumbency running again. Biden.
Yeah, but okay, look, Parker, we can be real here, right? There was a lot. Look, Joe Biden, there was a fair argument he wasn't fit to run the first time. There was an even fairer argument that everybody knew he wasn't fit to run the second time.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that he shouldn't have run.
Yeah, but the Democratic Party didn't care. They didn't want another nomination. They just put Kamala there. And if you look, Kamala, If
Again,
you
there
were
was
vote-
already the ticket that was voted in. I'm sorry, that is a democratic process. If you care about the democratic process, you wouldn't have voted for a guy who incited a violent insurrection of the Capitol and pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots right after. Don't tell me you care about democracy
That's
when
a
he still
whole
denies the
different-
election in 2020 and says that the 60-plus courts that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election were lying and fraudulent. Many of them that were conservative-appointed judges and Trump-appointed judges themselves. So all of them were lying. All of them were corrupt judges. Well, he must have been the case that he appointed corrupt judges to steal the election from him.
You know, this is where you're so funny because on one end, Democrats will argue Trump is a dictator. He only appoints judges that absolutely agree with him. He will never appoint anybody else. Then they'll take the judges that don't agree with him and say, ha ha ha, see, Trump has people that don't agree with him. He must have... Listen,
No,
this is
no,
democracy.
we're saying that
People
he's
don't
changed the
agree.
process that specifically exists. The judges that he appointed were willing to go against him in the past, and now he specifically
that's fine.
like pointed and looked for judges that are going to be appointed specifically to his cultist type ideology. So there's
That's
many
where
types
I'm
of
saying
points
you're
I can
wrong.
point to with that, but can you address the point that I made? It's anti-democracy. Please address it.
Of course, but you made a completely different point. We were talking about Nancy Pelosi, then you went into the January
What?
6th riot/insurrection. We were talking
We weren't
simply
talking about
about
Nancy Pelosi.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe that was in my mind because I was going to bring up if it was a part of the Democratic Party and the Respect platform, why was Nancy Pelosi saying that she believes there should have been a new primary?
Well, I don't care what Nancy Pelosi had to say. I mean, I'm sorry. Do you like Nancy Pelosi?
It's not about whether I like Nancy
No, I'm just
Pelosi.
asking, do you like Nancy
Argument that the
Pelosi?
Democrats have a respect for the process. Nancy Pelosi was-
I never like cited Nancy Pelosi or anything. Like, I'm confused.
That's totally fine. She was the House. She was the Speaker of the House. She was a representative for the Democratic Party. So
And?
you brought up that it's a part of the democratic process, the Democratic Party's respect for procedure. I'm bringing up Nancy Pelosi didn't agree. There were other Democrats who didn't agree. What I'm saying is that this is more undemocratic than you think it is. And you're a little bit young, Parker, but if you were my age, you would have supported Bernie and you would have saw how he got robbed by Hillary Clinton.
I do support Bernie now. Can you address the points I made? You're like actually pivoting
Repeat
like
your points.
crazy. Like, again, address the point.
I feel you're pivoting,
Donald
but-
Trump.
but repeat the points.
Donald Trump specifically incited a violent insurrection of the Capitol. He pardoned the people who assaulted police officers on January 6th. He called them patriots.
Okay. Do you want an answer for that?
Yeah, and he denied the 60-plus courts that indicated no sufficient evidence of him overturning the election.
Yeah,
an
that's
overturning
fine.
of the election.
That's fine. These are two separate things, right? So you're talking about January 6th, right? And why he pardoned people, why he seems to have a apologist perspective towards them, right? Was that your question? I'm trying to understand your question.
I'm saying, isn't that anti-democracy?
I mean, you can't really take one point. You have to zoom out and look at the entire thing. Sure, pardoning people who marched on the Capitol seems anti-democratic until you look at the Constitution where it says you actually should march on the Capitol if you feel like your government is taking something from you. So
the Constitution does not tell you to incite an insurrection when you lost the election, right? To overturn the election. He said fight like hell to take back the country from those that stole it from him, and he lost the election. There was no evidence of him winning.
That's fine, but here's the thing. You asked two different questions. Parker, you asked two different questions. You said, why is he having this...
Wait, who won the 2020 election? Who rightfully won the 2020 election?
Rightfully, as far as we know it, Joe Biden.
Oh, okay. So then, you obviously believe that Trump still to this day is laughably incoherent, right?
No, he's not laughably incoherent. I don't understand how you can't look at the whole history and see how the 2020 election was so extreme. There were things that if you actually understood the perspective of Republicans, you'd understand that they're bowing to the Constitution. What their argument is they used COVID as an external excuse to change election law, when in the Constitution, only state electors could change election law. So the Supreme Court was going to take this issue, but they said, we don't want to take this issue if it means reversing the election decision. We can agree that only state legislatures could change election law. We can agree that these judicial judges stepped out of their bounds, but there's no constitutional remedy.
Joe Biden won. There's these mail-in ballots. The judges said they're okay. Did the judges have the right to say they're okay? No, but it's too late now. We
I'm
could.
sorry, where are you
judge on
getting
this.
that they? Where are you getting all of this? Where are you getting all of
This
this?
is Clarence Thomas.
No, you're
Clarence
sa-
Thomas
what-
said
what-
he was
what
willing
election-
to accept the case. He was willing to accept the case, and there was a
What
word for
case?
it. The case that basically, the Republican case that only state legislatures could change election law, and judges did. Democratic judges did in cities, which led
okay,
to
so what election law did they change? That was
mail-in
relevant
ballots.
to the changing of the election. What about mail-in ballots?
Ballot harvesting, mail-in ballot,
What ballot
timestamping,
harvesting?
ballot signatures.
What about
Chain of
ballots?
custody.
What about ballot signatures? What about chain of custody?
So some judges, right, ruled that you can have more ballot boxes, right? These are only supposed to be passed by state legislatures.
Oh my God! Oh my God! They made it so that there could be more ballot boxes for people to vote in an election.
Yeah, Parker.
Oh my God! They were rigging the system. Oh my God, dude! They allowed more people to vote. No way! Oh my God! How dare they do this? These judges allowed more people to vote, and it led to Democrats winning.
I have a question for you. It's okay. You're only showing you're losing because you're acting like. Go ahead, start crying.
I'm not crying, dude. I'm laughing at you, bro. Come on, that was
I don't know
ridiculous.
why, just debate the
You
substance. It's
can't
not
admit that was ridiculous?
No, because I'll ask you a question to show it's not.
Oh my God, man.
Do you believe that U.S.
Wait,
politics?
no, hold up. I'm sorry. What do you think just
There
happened?
you go. You won't allow me to talk.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. So the reason why you're laughing is because you're viewing it from the perspective of let's just put a ballot box on every street. More people could vote, more votes equals better. I'm saying that there's two sides to this, right? Should we have Love Island voting? Should we introduce text voting next? As long as you can ID verify, you can text your vote in the next election. There's something called security, right? There's also something called somebody actually getting
If there's
out
a
to
secure
vote.
process, mail-in voting is a secure process. We've been doing it for a very long
Oh,
time.
really?
Trump did it himself. He voted mail-in. He must think it's very secure. That's why he sent his vote in by mail, okay? It's okay for him to do it, but when the Democrats do it, then it's an issue, okay? Democrats can't vote by mail, but
You're
Trump
changing the
can.
subject.
Okay, Trump
You're
vote
changing
by
the subject again.
Trump vote by mail is amazing and fantastic, and that vote's totally secure. But every other
Actually-
vote is not secure. Every other vote is a Democrat hoax. Come on, bro. Come on. No, you don't believe that.
You're not actually rebutting what I'm saying.
I
Like,
did. I
because
completely
you
did.
keep-
I completely did, bro. The fact
Now
that you
you're
can't see
talking
that is
about how Trump's
crazy.
a hypocrite, and you want me to respond to that. What are you doing, bro? Stick to the same topic. You've changed topics 10 times now. As soon as you get cornered, you just change topics. You have people mute the comments, so I can't even
We're
comment.
still talking about the election, bro. Chill.
I mean, bro, but you keep switching topics. We're talking about why
What did I-
more
what
ballot
did I
boxes
switch
is
to?
unconstitutional, and you're talking about, oh, who cares about the Constitution because I believe in it. I just told you only state legislatures could increase voting places, and you're saying, who cares about that? Because more voting is good. That's what you just said, and then you started laughing hysterically, and then I started saying, listen, getting more ballot
Here, hold
places
up.
and more places.
Can I tell? So listen, I
Sure.
would love for you to watch back this conversation. I'd love for you to watch it back. Okay.
I-
Genuinely, you brought up the fact that there were more ballot boxes being allowed by specific judges in those different areas, which would mean that more people had the ability to vote in the context of an emergency like COVID. You understand the context of the scenario in terms of the pandemic, and also you also can understand that allowing more people to vote isn't a fraudulent element. And all of these mail-in ballots were determined to be securely set up. I don't know why you think that this is the case. There have been audits in all of these different swing states that were relevant to the election. You understand that all of that was overlooked. Joe Biden won the election. I understand that you're still coping. He won the election.
I'm not coping. Donald Trump is president. My coping is over. What I'm trying to say is the intent could be good. It's still against the Constitution. Simple as that. I don't care. I don't care if it's secure. It's against the Constitution. It wasn't the judge's call, and that was the Republican argument.
So your biggest issue is one. I don't think that there's a basis. Where in the Constitution is it against?
In the Constitution, I'd have to look up the exact place, but only state legislatures could change election law.
Okay, can you go ahead and you can look that up. I'll give you time to look that up.
Sure.
Give me one moment.
I'll give you time, but I mean, like, I would wonder if we care about the violation of the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 14th Amendment under Donald Trump's presidency. You know, like the Trump administration and him violating the Constitution, him calling for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. But we'll bring that up once you get back. We'll see. Let me see if I have people to think and catch up with.
Okay, I have it here. It's Article 1.
You said what? You
Sorry,
said
Article 1. Yeah, Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1.
Cool.
But Parker, it's actually yes.
Clause 1.
Yeah, Clause 1. It's actually astonishing to me
like
that
the
you
very
didn't know
beginning.
this was even the Republican argument. It's not about the fake ballots. It's not about the security. It's simply about who gets to change election law. That was the whole Supreme Court fight. That was the whole states suing other states. It got changed by the media to be, these guys are going so crazy because they think China hacked the ballot systems. It was all to muddy the water. Sure, those were, worth looking
Section
into.
1, it says all legislative powers herein shall be vested in the Congress of the United States, which shall consist of the Senate and House of Representatives.
Okay, here.
What are you talking about, bro? What is this guy?
Article 4.
Article 4?
Bro,
Now we're
here,
changing
so-
articles?
here-
We're changing
no,
articles
no,
now?
No. I'm just, bro, you and your like mini insults to try to get your fans riled up. I swear. Article 1.
You said Article
Section
1,
4.
and I'm just like, we're changing articles
but
now?
allow me to correct myself, brother. Like, you're so disingenuous.
Article
Article 1.
I never said that you're not allowed to correct yourself. That's totally fine. You could be totally right. I'm just saying, bro.
Okay, sorry. Article 1, Section 4, Clause 1. It specifically speaks
There you
about everything to do with elections has to be passed by the state legislatures. This is why Donald Trump wanted to certify other state legislatures. You still haven't taught me.
Let me see. Hold
You
up.
haven't even showed me that you even understood the Republican case for 2020 being unconstitutional.
Hold up. I mean, I understand that we can talk about this, and I can go through it, and we can talk about the reasons why the Republicans think that. But that doesn't change the reality that when it is the case that you don't care about the violations of the Constitution, you don't at all. Like, there are multiple violations we can bring up specifically on behalf of Republicans that would be specifically relevant. This is a COVID emergency situation, okay? There's COVID emergency.
Okay.
It's not violating if it were a violation of the Constitution, honestly, it's not violating the Constitution in any type of meaningful way that would have been anti-democracy as the point you were establishing prior. So I don't know what your point was originally, because your
Parker,
original
you're
point
just
was.
agreeing with me.
Let me address. No, I could say that even if I agree with you, it is the case that it doesn't establish a greater violation of the Constitution on behalf of Democrats, right, comparative to Republicans, right? And it is the case that if we look at the Constitution in terms of how it was violated, it wasn't in any meaningful way that would be anti-democratic, as it just gave a greater ability for people to vote. So even if I do accept that it's unconstitutional, it still doesn't at all change the reality of the matter in terms of whether or not it was anti-democratic, right? Because that was your original point of whether or not it was anti-democratic, right?
Yeah, Parker, but are you hearing yourself? You just said, I don't care if it's unconstitutional. If I interpret it as democratic, then I could look at the intent basically matters. That's not true. If it's unconstitutional, it ends there. It's unconstitutional. And we concede that and go on to ways that Republicans are unconstitutional.
Does
sure,
the clause
but
say
this
both?
was unconstitutional.
Does the clause say both?
Both what?
Hold up. Give me 1 second. One second. Section 1, Clause 1. Wait, do you want to read it off? Make sure I'm reading the right one.
Yeah, but I don't have my laptop with me, so when I zoom out, let me see if I could.
Here, I'll have
give me one
Matt
moment.
just to make sure I'm reading the right one.
Hey, sorry. Let me read it to you because
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
both. So it says, "The Times places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislator thereof. But the Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations except as to the places of choosing senators. So it's both.
Yeah, and the second part doesn't negate or add to your argument for adding ballot boxes because nothing was passed through Congress. So
Yeah, I wasn't making that argument. I'm just saying it's
I
both
know.
because it's not the state and it's not just Congress. It's both.
Of course.
So we can
But it
kind of
didn't
just
happen through Congress. You're right. If Congress felt this COVID was an emergency, it should have been passed through Congress. It wasn't. Then it should have been either passed through one or the state legislatures. It was not passed through either. Democrats knew they had judges, so they passed judicial orders.
Okay, wait. So
And then the
again,
Supreme Court couldn't correct it in time.
so again, the whole point here is that if say this is a violation of the Constitution, that doesn't at all mean that there are greater levels of constitutional violations specifically on behalf of Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris. Donald Trump has engaged in significantly more constitutional violations that would be more harmful to the set of constitutional rights that people are granted. This one actually just gave people a greater right to vote. So the worst set of circumstances that you could give in terms of a constitutional violation, you're trying to act like this is some crazy, bad, horrible thing that means the election is stolen. No, this doesn't mean the election is stolen. This doesn't mean at all that there are greater levels of constitutional violations on behalf of the Democrats. This doesn't even benefit you in any way. It kind of just shows and actually highlights how much you don't actually care about constitutional violations because you only care about it when Democrats do it in this context, but you don't care about it in the multiple other circumstances I could bring up with Donald Trump specifically doing it. Whether it be the First Amendment,
Again.
with him literally calling for people to be put in prison for a year for burning the American flag, which was determined by the Supreme Court to be a violation of the Constitution, him calling for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, him advocating against the Second Amendment, wanting to take people's guns first, do due process second, right? We can point to the fact that specifically he also wanted to go after trans people owning access to firearms as well, which is a violation of the Second Amendment. We can talk about specifically the fact
We can
that
talk about that. That's actually very interesting because I believe every person who wants to own a gun should probably have a mental health checkup. So listen, I get it. You think I'm a total diehard Republican. It's not that case. I'm doing the same thing you're doing, which is if it violates the Constitution, it's bad. It's bad. And the thing is if we can't look at our own side and say, dude, you violated the Constitution. You made Republicans look crazy. They went to the Supreme Court. Trump didn't even Trump said, forget it. If you're not going to reverse it, then just drop the case altogether. My point is this, Parker. It's bad regardless, right? If they violate, I know you're not willing to cede that they violated it. That's fine. I don't want to take all your time. There's other guests in the box, but
no, hold on.
I think we could agree with that.
Any
Any violation of the Constitution is bad, and it shouldn't be validated as but more people voted.
You could say that it's bad, but I'm giving you the implications of said quote unquote bad violation of the Constitution. Actually, you know what? Actually, I don't really have much of an issue with it, to be honest. I really don't, because it actually did allow for more people to vote in an emergency setting in the context of COVID. If there could be an addendum that we could apply on top of that, I think that would be preferable.
Okay, so let me ask you a follow-up.
What states are we talking about?
Well, if you don't mind, Matt, I just want to get into this with Parker. If you don't mind me asking a follow-up, so what if they didn't do that? What if judges implemented even less secure things? Like if you ID verify, you could text your vote.
If it's possible to ensure that's secure, yeah, I don't have an issue.
Yeah, see, this is where we won't see eye to eye because
you could do it online, if you could find a possible way to do it online, then then that would be great. But if there was a secure mechanism to do it, the issues with it being online is that it's less secure than specifically to the context of mail-in or in-person voting. Mail-in voting is more secure. We've been using it for decades.
You can make the argument you're dampening security either way, right? You go online, a mother could vote for her son, a daughter could vote for her father. There's more. Same thing with mail-in ballots, right? This is why we try to keep mail-in ballots.
That's why I said if you could find a secure way to do it, but the issue is that it's oftentimes less secure, and that's why I was pointing out.
Okay, and then that was the argument with mail-in ballots and ballot harvesting and voter signatures and chain of custody.
The thing is, wait, do you have any evidence that it was significantly more fraudulent?
I mean, there's indirect evidence, of course. Like the Democrats will never get as many votes
what was the
as Joe
fraud
Biden
rate?
did.
What was the fraud rate?
The fraud rate?
Yeah, and was the fraud rate more or less applicable to Democrats versus Republicans? Like, do you ever make a comparison of what level of fraud was used to vote for Republicans?
Well, I mean, I think it's hard to quantify this stuff. I think you could just
now
kinda
it's hard to
simplify it.
quantify. Now it's really hard to quantify.
No, it was always hard to quantify. I'm saying this was a constitutional violation. That's all I'm saying. And it doesn't matter the ends to the means. More people voted. It was easier to vote. We had more of a democracy. That doesn't matter.
It does when comparing the amount of violations that there were
anti-American,
and how
Parker.
bad the violations were. I'm sorry, you can't say I'm anti-American when you support Donald Trump, who's
You
violated the
are.
Constitution in like 4 to 5
going
ways and
against
called
the
for the termination of
Constitution.
all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. What are you talking about?
Parker, we could talk about that, but let's get off this subject. You just said, I don't care about the Constitution. The Constitution is telling you straight up, COVID is an emergency.
What?
Sure.
I said
Take it
I'm
to
said I'm
Congress.
making it. I said I have an issue, but
Parker.
and honestly, I don't really care as much with this because it's a comparison that Trump's done significantly more. It's very, very much less, and it's not really bad in terms of its implications, right? So I'm not saying I totally
doesn't matter the
100% agree with it.
implications.
I want to do it the legal way. I said that there should be an addendum onto it to make it a legal process to ensure that in emergency type situations, we have something like this where we can literally make it so that people can vote to a greater extent. Right?
The
Given that it was secure.
Constitution already had that, Parker. That's what I'm saying.
If the Constitution already had that, then it allowed for this.
Yes, and they didn't want to go to Congress because Congress would have said COVID is not a special case. That's the point. It has to be passed from Congress or the legislatures. Look, we're not going to see eye to eye on this, and I don't want to like bully you on this one topic because it feels like the same thing you do to Trump supporters.
This isn't a bullying. What are you talking about? How that is not bullying.
I mean,
just gave you.
kind of like,
what are you talking about?
you're kind of
What do you
cornered.
mean? You don't
You're
care
at
about
this
any
point
of the
where you're saying
violations on the
it's
other side.
unconstitutional, but I still agree with it. You're at this point. So whether you want to consider that a W,
Wait,
that's on you.
I'm sorry. Like, for example, like in the context of the Second Amendment, if it is the case that someone's interpretation is that any gun control implication, right, would be a violation of the Second Amendment, I'm okay with violating the Second Amendment up to a certain extent because I think that there should be addendums applied onto it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but no, that makes total sense. But this isn't an addendum applied onto it, and you're not even saying about an addendum.
That's what I just said it
You're
was.
just saying,
I just said that. I said it was in COVID emergency situations. There should be situations where judges are allowed to have that type of authority to be able to do that, given that it is the case that it's going to ensure a secure amount of people being able to vote. And that was through the context of mail-in voting in the context of COVID. That was completely
okay, but are we living under your Constitution, Parker? Or are we living under the actual Constitution? Because the actual Constitution says no. That's not what happens. The actual Constitution says Congress or state legislatures. And I've just been trying to get you to see that. But you keep going with, well, I believe this, well, I believe this, well, I believe that. So change the Constitution. If you believe that, change the Constitution. But we're not going to go with, well, I'm not against it, and I don't think people who support me should be against it because technically it benefits our side. That's not fair. That's not American. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, then like, can you address it on your side as well?
Sure, as
Okay,
long
well,
as we
then
get
listen here.
after
Trump
this
called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. How do you feel about that one?
So you'd have to give me the exact context.
Oh, yeah, no, I got you. He thinks that the Democrats rigged the 2020 election. So he was saying that, like, because it was a false and fraudulent election, that you needed to terminate all the rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
Oh, you mean when people were theorizing he was going to, like, implement martial law?
Okay, can you just address the specific point, please? That was just, like,
Sure.
Are you trying to, like, get me to, like, talk about something else instead of addressing the point
No,
that I
no,
just specifically talked
I'm-
about?
I'm truly asking, is this martial law? Is this what you're talking about?
I'm not going to answer any questions until you respond to my point.
Okay, my response would be it would seem like he was advocating for martial law because of a unconstitutional procedure, but I don't necessarily
He
agree
called
with
for
it.
the
Again, I don't
termination of
have
all
to-
rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Do we want to address that point, please?
When and where? You're not giving me any
This is in
context. You're not giving me a
2022. I
link.
just told you. I gave you the context. He called.
Yeah,
for the,
but
it
I'm
was
just
in-
supposed to.
Wait,
Okay.
do you want me to show you the tweet?
Yeah, sure. I'd like to read it. I'd like to know the context. I'd like to know because
You haven't seen
you have
this
to
before?
understand-
Wow, I'm surprised that you've never seen this before. That you've never even
Because
known
be-
specifically that there was
because
like
the way you
a tweet of Donald Trump calling for the termination of all rules, regulations, articles, even those found in the Constitution. I would have never I would have expected you to know this, right? Like,
No, not really, because this is just a tweet out of like thousands of tweets.
no, I mean, this is like a very relevant one to like why specifically Democrats were talking about, the negative implications of
I'm
you know,
not
the
as
Trump
political as
administration.
you. I'm not going to be in 2022.
Oh,
looking
now
up
you're not as
Donald Trump.
political. Interesting.
Well, I'm just an American, Parker. You're the political one.
Alrighty, do you see it?
Yeah. So with the revelation of massive, okay, so well, that's a pre-indicator right there. Massive and widespread fraud and deception. I'm working closely with big tech companies, the DSE. Do you know that President Lara? Okay. Okay. So should this not be protected under freedom of speech?
I'm not saying this shouldn't be protected under freedom of speech. I'm just saying that it is the case
So your
that
argument's over
this.
at that point.
Hold up.
Because you're
How?
telling
Can I
me-
please? Can I please? Can I please?
Sure.
I'm not saying there's not freedom of speech. I'm just saying that it is the case that when Donald Trump is specifically saying that he wants to terminate all rules, regulations, and articles, even those from the Constitution, under your perspective, that's anti-American. You were just claiming that it was anti-American, specifically in the case, right, for me to say that, like, oh, I think that there should be, like, an addendum to the Constitution. But when Trump calls for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, now what do you say?
I say that there's a pre-indicator with that, which is he believes that there's massive fraud and he has a right to say this under freedom of speech. If this was inciting violence, he'd be jailed. Simple as that.
He did incite violence because he pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers and he called them patriots. Is that not inciting violence? Could you tell me what inciting violence would indicate? Like, what do you have to do to incite violence?
Well, you have to call for violence. You can't say go
Fight
home
like
peacefully.
hell,
You can't say
take back the country from those that stole it from you, and then I'm going to pardon the violent rioters who beat police officers on that day. And I'm going to call them patriots. That's not inciting violence? Really, dude, that's interesting. I don't know what you could possibly do to incite violence at that point then.
Okay, well, you can't incite violence after the fact, right? So him pardoning people is not what incited violence. You could say it might incite future violence, but it's not what incited what happened on January 6th. And honestly, Parker, do you know?
Well, okay, so
the whole
wait, it
context
did incite
around-
violence? At least you acknowledge it incited violence in some context.
I said it may incite future violence, right?
So
Like,
it
if
did.
you
It may.
pardon
It may
people,
incite violence. Wow. Oh my God.
It may incite. Sure. What do you think? I'm not afraid to say how I feel, Parker, but this did not, like, when he's telling people to protest peacefully and to go home peacefully, that's not what incited violence.
Oh no,
When
that's contradictory to
you-
what, like him pardoning the violent rioters.
You know,
and calling them
Parker, I
patriots.
was actually gonna go to the Capitol, because from my perspective, I just thought it was a peaceful protest. I was just gonna be outside holding the sign with everybody else, and we were just gonna peacefully protest that this was an unconstitutional election. Now,
What would you have done? Would
to
you have gone?
think that
Would you
I
have gone
could've
in
been-
with them?
It depends. There's a certain
It depends?
psychology where you like follow the herd, right? Of course, because this is what everyone's doing. This is known in psychology. It's courts
Wait,
take this
no. So
into account.
you would have gone into the Capitol? Come on.
Possibly, of course, especially if the
No.
security guards were saying, come on in. Like they had police
No,
escorts,
no,
Parker.
come on. Really?
Yes, they did.
Really, when they were
Yes, they
breaking
did.
in with a riot shield? Yeah, yeah, definitely had a
Yes.
police escort when breaking in with a riot shield and breaking into the window. Yeah,
You know,
definitely had a
there's
police
videos of
escort
the
with that
police
one.
allowing them in, right?
What?
You know, there's videos still to this day of the police allowing them in, right? Then they tried to halt it once they got like into.
Well, I'm
then
sorry,
they tried
so
to
do
retreat.
so then why is there a video of them trying to break in through the window with a riot shield?
Okay.
And when is that dated?
Because Parker, there's two things that can be true. The protesters were breaking through windows, trying to get in, things like that. And then there was another section where the police just simply opened the doors and said, "Okay, walk in. You could have access to this place."
I'm asking, would you have walked in? And yet you're still like, yes. Would you have committed any
Probably.
violence on the day?
No, but I probably would have took some photos. I probably would have been like, "Whoa, this is so cool! Like this is really cool. This is peaceful protest." That's what I would have done.
Yeah, and to
How is
be
this any
honest, I think you're stupid for doing that. But I don't think that you should be like, you know, I mean, I don't have an issue with you being pardoned. I have an issue with the violent rioters being pardoned. Okay, if you were just there and you just peacefully were doing stuff, you just took photos and stuff like that, I do think you're just dumb. But like, I don't obviously think you should like have like, you know, vast and
respect that.
long
I
criminal
respect that.
charges. You know, but like,
Yeah,
like,
and-
you have to
and-
acknowledge
and-
what was happening around you. Like, if you saw the violence and like, you know what I mean? Like, I would probably want to like leave in that
Of course.
scenario, right? especially
Yeah,
in the
as soon as I
capital,
saw
right?
it getting, of course, of course. As soon as I saw it getting a little bit more like whatever, I probably would have wanted to leave. And I'm glad we see eye to eye that Donald Trump probably sees this as loyal protesters who got caught up in the crossfire, and that's why he's going on this mass pardoning thing. Because Parker,
Not for the
the
violent
FBI
rioters.
could
It does not make sense to do it for the violent rioters. Explain to me why he pardoned the violent rioters just because of the fact that there were some people that were there that specifically like were just like caught up in the protests and that like you
I
know, just
actually
were
think
taking photos or something. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
I genuinely think me and you agree on this. The people who were violent have no right to be pardoned whatsoever. But there was a lot of people who were like me and like my dad who would have gone and then who would have been on an FBI watch list, no fly list, certain things like that. That's wrong too. Okay? It's when there's Black Lives
okay. So then pardon those people specifically that were just happened to be there. Pardon the people there that just happened to be there, right? It just took photos and stuff, but don't pardon the people who assaulted police officers. And
Okay,
call
how do
them
we know who
patriots.
assaulted
And
police
call them
officers?
patriots. Come on, dude.
Who?
By the
But
way,
who did that?
hold on.
DJ,
Can I give, like, a countering opinion?
DJ Rodriguez drove a stun gun into the neck of a police officer after that police officer got beat over the head with a rod. So don't even address the fact that there aren't people. There are absolutely people that Donald Trump pardoned that violently assaulted police officers, and Donald Trump called them patriots. It is ridiculous.
I'm not a Donald Trump loyalist. Do you think I don't know his inside ties with Saudi Arabia, Jared Kushner,
Hold on.
Khashoggi? I'm not a Donald Trump loyalist. I just could see things fairly, Parker, and Donald Trump gets it right way more times than he gets it wrong. The Democrats get it wrong
That's not
way
true,
more
but
times
okay.
than they get it right.
Okay. I was going to take the opposite position because I think Parker's being a little bit too nice, frankly. I think if you went into the Capitol on that day, even if you got caught up in like
I could
group
be mean back,
psychology,
Matt, so be careful.
what?
I could be mean back, so be careful. You're saying Parker's being too nice to me. What are you trying to say? I think Parker's
I'm saying
being
he's being too no. I think he's being too nice in the sense that I think you should have to serve some kind of punishment for going into the Capitol that day. I don't care if you were there just taking pictures, because during that time they were doing an official function of trying to certify an election, and that impeded on that function. I don't give a damn if you got caught up in groupthink. I think you went in there and you got caught up and you didn't use your critical faculty to realize I may not be here on one of the most important days in our government's entire history. Maybe I should just stay away, and you expect me to not give you like a slap on the wrist? I'm sorry, I'm not going to do that. We are a law and order society. You broke the law, you get punished. That's the way it goes. Parker is being too soft. Sorry, Parker, I love you to death, but he's being too soft on you. So maybe not jail time, but you get some kind of punishment.
Yeah,
Sure,
I
and
wouldn't.
should
I
we
actually,
punish
I don't disagree with some type of punishment. I don't disagree with some
Okay,
punishment.
there you go.
I was just saying, like, I don't think they should be in jail for
Like,
like a
I'm
super
like,
long time.
like
and have
I'm
some
sorry,
super long
but-
sentence.
yeah. I mean, people always say about law and order, right? Well, I'm sorry if you like were on the Capitol grounds and you're not supposed to be there. You're trespassing, and maybe you should not get jail time. Maybe you should not get like a large fine, but you should get something because you broke the law, and laws mean something, right? And if you broke the law, then there's a punishment for that.
Yeah, I probably agree with that, but where we don't see eye to eye is then we should jail all those Black Lives Matter protests that burned down cities, that marched on government property when they were trespassing. We should also go after them.
I 100% agree with you. If they burned down properties, if they were trespassing and they broke a law, then like punish them. I'm not like against that, all right?
Sure.
If they broke a law, then you punish them. But I apply it equally. I'm saying for every person that was on the Capitol grounds illegally and they were not supposed to be there, you get some kind of punishment. And it's based on what you did. Yes, I agree with you that if you're in there and you're taking pictures and you're, kind of on the moment, yes, you like shouldn't get like jail time, right? I don't believe in that, right? But you get some kind of punishment because you have to learn that you can't be there when you're not allowed in there. That's just kind of how it goes.
Yeah, and I agree with that. And we could possibly just end it on this because I think we do agree on this. I'm just saying the application of law seems to be a lot different, and that was the Republicans' main fight. It's saying, how does Black Lives Matter get to burn down a whole city? And not just that, they have the whole scientific...
This is so ridiculous. The fact that you're using that to deflect away from the fact that Donald Trump pardoned violent rioters. He pardoned violent rioters. What city specifically was burned down? I want to hear. What whole city was burned down?
Do you want to look back at the...
Black Lives Matter protests.
Yeah, name a whole city that was burned down. I'd love to hear this whole city that was burned down.
It's kind of like escaping me, whether it was like Minnesota or whether it was like some like upper like Michigan, like around that city, like the Blue Belt. But it was some of those cities.
What
sure.
city? Name the city. You don't know the city?
Parker, the burning of these cities was so bad that he can't remember the name of the cities. Like, it was so bad that you can't remember the name. Like these cities are gone from the map now, apparently, but like we can't remember them.
Yeah,
Right?
all
I'm sorry,
record,
but
all
no.
records.
give me
Apparently, he can't find any information, any evidence justifying this to be the case, right?
Okay, so you guys' best arguments have come from the fact that my brain is an AI and that I need 30 seconds to look up a city.
We're
right?
not saying
I
that.
don't live in that
but,
city.
No, but
I mean, you
but
are
John,
ultimately.
John, hold on. You would think, though, right, that if an entire city was burned to the ground over the course of days, right, and it caused such mass rioting, that would leave like an imprint on your mind, right, like on all of our minds, right? But that didn't
It
happen.
did, but it was 4 years ago, 5 years ago. And it wasn't
You
just one
remember
city.
a lot about ballot boxes from 5 years ago.
Absolutely, but I don't remember the cities where they put them or the exact places. Like I just
Well,
remember
okay.
that
I
this
mean,
happened.
but like where you get the information like matters. Like and the actual location of it matters, right? So you say cities, but then you can't cite which
So are
cities.
you denying it? Wait, are you?
I'm denying that
Yeah,
cities
I'm
burned to the
denying that an
ground.
entire city was burned down. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm denying
I'm sorry.
that.
Yeah, you have no fucking
Okay.
evidence of that. This is just a complete
So you're-
bullshit claim by Republicans specifically to
That's
try
not
and
true.
overlook all of the different crimes that Donald
You're
Trump
attacking
pardoned
the
on
subjective
January
part of the
6th
statement.
after he incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol. It's true.
You're attacking the subjective part of the statement. When whole streets are burned down, when cars are burned down, when there's over.
You said the whole
I
city.
forgot the
Didn't you
number,
say
but I
the
think-
city?
Yeah, but you're trying to make a literal like thing of that statement. I'm just saying, like
Can you
a
name,
large
can you name,
part
a,
of the
can you
city
name a
was
single
burned.
person
Businesses-
specifically that did that was, pardoned by a Democrat?
You know what? I can't because they were never even charged.
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Really, you think people who specifically let fire to things were not charged at all? Really, you think that happened?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wouldn't
And
that be
not
the
just
like
that.
wouldn't that be like the local PD in the jurisdiction and the fault of the police department?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And if it was a conservative
Okay.
protest, they
How
all
would that
would've
be
been
an
charged.
issue
But since
specifically
it was
with?
Black Lives
Wait, so
Matter-
then even if you did consider that to be the case, which one, this didn't fucking happen. What you're talking about to the degree
It
that you're
did.
referencing, you said an entire city burned down and everything like that.
Look
This
it
is
up.
ridiculous. If you want to specifically talk
Everybody
about,
in the chat
if you-
just
wait,
Google
hold up.
Black Lives
if you,
Matter
if you want to
protests
hold up,
burning
hold
down
up.
cities.
If you want to talk about this again, it's not even relevant to the Democrats in the Oval Office. You know what I mean? Like, has nothing to do with Harris.
Tariffs was a Democratic like policy up before Donald Trump. So
What? I didn't say
I like
tariffs.
tariffs,
said,
but I
said-
find myself
what?
more.
Why did you start randomly talking about tariffs?
Well, no, you cut out. Like I thought I heard tariffs. Like it.
No,
it, like,
I said
glitched for a
Harris.
little. Oh, Harris. Oh, sorry.
I said what you brought
My
up has
apologies.
nothing to do with Harris at all. It has, even if it did specifically happen, it would have to do with the local area. It has nothing to do with Harris.
So Parker, I think more people support Trump. You're right, because it's not to do with the individual, but they feel the whole game, like the wave over them, right? When Black Lives Matter gets to protest and nothing's on the news about it being bad, yet all of a sudden Republicans protest, and it's like this is the most egregious behavior. They're going against the Constitution. They want to kill everybody in there because one person like screamed it or something. It's just not a true representative. Then you get people like me who are open to voting Democrat, but then they're getting painted with a broad red brush. And what I'm trying to say is that this is more than just advocating for a single individual. This is advocating to like normal independence that like, hey, like the playing field is fair. I don't think the optics are good, whether it's marketing, whatever it is, I don't think it's good. And I think that's why Elon Musk bought Twitter, because they felt like this was just too much. Like the control was just too much. Things are loosening now. But what I'm saying is that it wasn't like this. And honestly, it feels like the left is trying to take it back. Like they're trying to take it back to 2016, take it back to the division. And Republicans don't want it to go that way. They said things are better now.
Dude, your view on reality is actually unhinged. Trump literally said he hates his
We
he
could
hates
actually
his
be
enemy.
best friends. Me and you would actually be best friends in person. That's the funny thing. We'd grab a drink, we'd be best friends, we'd argue a lot. But you shouldn't be friends with people who just see the world the same way as you, Parker. I have friends like you.
What type of pivot is that? My neck hurts. It really hurts. What is going on, bro? What is going on?
Listen, I like you, Parker. I listen to you all the time.
Okay. Did you hear my points that I was making, though? Do you want to respond to those points?
I did. I think I disagreed with every single one of them, but I still enjoy the engagement.
You still what?
I enjoy the engagement, and honestly, I like what you're doing. You know, you have to talk with words. You can't talk because when people stop speaking, they start fighting. I like this, Parker, but I just think your side honestly doesn't like this. They think I'm weird. I should have never came up. I should have never spoke. If anything, some might even think that I deserve violence against me.
Because you're not engaging with the topic right now. You just like randomly started talking about you're like viewing yourself from the third person. Like, how could I view myself from the third person in this scenario to say something insightful? Like, I get what you're trying to do right now. Would you like to specifically address the topic that we're talking about?
I think I have addressed it, but I was trying to make a light note of this because I feel like I've taken enough of your time. If the topic was this has nothing to do with Harris, I don't really think I brought up Harris. I'm just talking about optics.
Let me clarify then. Like in this context, what this conversation is about is if you could go back in time, would you vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? Okay. And specifically, the idea is essentially to see, do you still support him? Because that's relevant towards what people are going to vote in terms of the next election cycle. Because Trump is determining the Republican side of the matter, right? So if you can't...
I support him a lot less. And that has more to do with the Jeffrey Epstein files and the hypocrisy around that. Would I still vote for him over a Democrat? Probably, because like I said, in my perspective, he gets it right way more times than he gets it wrong.
Okay, how so?
Yeah, what does he get right?
What does he get right?
Like, it's very simple. When it comes to strengthening traditional families, it seems like Democrats are always against it. When it comes to
how so?
He strengthens traditional families by cheating on every single one of his wives.
How are Democrats? Yeah. At that point, but like, how are Democrats like not in favor of the? However you define that, like
traditional family.
Yeah,
of course.
Like however you define that.
So
naturally, how we're not in favor of that.
Of course, naturally, philosophically, if you want to strengthen the nuclear family, you have this belief that mothers should be teaching their children. This runs discongruent with democratic philosophy because they believe in more so of the feminist side, which they want the mothers to be working for corporations.
Okay, that's where you're wrong already, by the way. You're already wrong. We believe in choice.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I was just about to say that, Matt. You guys are going to frame it as it's a choice. But when you have bills and you have things and you frame it as no woman will choose to not be paid rather than go to work and be paid. That's just so the choice. It's the illusion of choice. Women want to stay home with their children. They can't.
Well, I'm sorry. You understand that it is the case that plenty of women want to work.
That's 100% true.
What are you saying?
I'm not saying they shouldn't. What I'm saying is that Republicans are more likely to introduce policies that would strengthen the nuclear family. If the Democrats would actually...
So what is the quote-unquote nuclear family? Does the quote-unquote nuclear family include a guy that literally cheated on every single one of his wives and has been divorced multiple times?
You're right. Absolutely.
Is that the nuclear family? Is that what you're talking about?
Trump, Parker, what's so funny is black people actually make a joke of that and say Donald Trump is the first black president. It's not a joke that came from me. No, it's their joke. It's a funny thing.
No, it's just weird that like you're the one that's like trying to say that instead of addressing anything. Like it's just again not addressing anything that I'm saying. He just randomly is just gonna like.
And by the way, Parker, can I just make a point? We just like real quick, and then I promise we'll move. I would also argue that like Democrats want to put in policies that actually want to strengthen the family because we want to make sure people, when they have children, don't have to work their asses off just to pay for it, and they have to go to work like 1 week after getting pregnant. We want to make sure they have like something like paid family leave so they can actually stay home and take care of the child, and so that they can actually have choice in the matter and not have to worry about actually just like jumping right back into a job. Where are the Republicans who are advocating for something like that? Like, please show me, right? That's what makes us the actual family party, is that we want to make sure people have choice, and when they choose what to do, the government is there to actually give the resources necessary so that they can actually have good success in that.
Alrighty. I got a lot of people to thank, everyone. I got to catch up. I'm a bit behind. Joel, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $12. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Lee, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $100 on PayPal. Can we some W's for Lee in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Lee. I really appreciate the $100. Thank you so much. Can we some W's for Lee in the comment section right now? Thank you. Alexandra, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Can we some W's for Alexandra in the comment section right now as well? Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you. I wish I would have saw that earlier. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Michaela, thank you so much. Or Eddie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate Eddie with the $20. Thank you. Damien, thank you so much for the $5. Lee, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Jalen, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. Braylon, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Jana, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Lisa with the $10. And Kai, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let me catch up on YouTube, everyone, as well. There's someone in the chat spamming fake Dean Withers. What are they doing? What? Dude, what?
Fake Dean Withers.
Fake Dean Withers. You know, they're so right about that one. You know, they got me there, dude. They got me there. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Marin with the $20. I really appreciate it as well. Thank you so much, Marin. Can we get some W's from Marin in the comment section? Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Tim with the $2. Garrett, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Otto, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Sarah with the $5. Thank you. Nina with the $10. Thank you so much. Carolina with the $5. Thank you. And JB, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Timothy, thank you for the $5 or for the $2. Thank you. Jackie with the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up there. I appreciate everyone. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
And
we are just looking for some debates.
I think it is Jalen, by the way. I thank you, Jalen, for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Jalen.
Hello there.
What's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, what's
or the Proud Boys. The Proud Boys.
What did you just say?
The Proud Boys.
Why'd you just say that?
Because I support them.
Fucking weirdo. Dude, get off the stream. What? That person's got to be trolling, and that's still fucking weird to troll out.
So.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, in a way, yes.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you
in
could
a
either
way?
vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I don't even know if I would vote at that time.
Okay. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next person, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, Parker? I'm 21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Is there a way you could go to an area with less background noise? I don't know if that would be copyright. Or is it just someone else playing in the background?
Do you support cannabis use?
I don't think so.
Oh, you can't say that on the live. But yes. Very much so, I might say. Maybe a little bit too much so. Maybe a little bit so right now, you know? Man. So funny. That was really funny. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay.
My ears.
What's it called? Chat, I had some elixir today. That's what I had. Some elixir, you know? I had a
The fuck answered?
big shield. A big shield. It's literally, it was like, I don't know how much I can say. It's literally just like a elevation juice. Yeah, no, that's the better way to say it. Elevation juice. There we go. Elevation juice. Like it just in liquid form. You know, I might be switching to elevation juice. Honestly, that might be a thing. It's kind of fun. Yeah, what's up, how old are you? That's actually crazy. Elevation juice is nuts. That's nuts. Let's go to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Someone said that this was a fake live. What are you talking about? I see some comments sometimes because I'm on my girlfriend's account where people are like, I watch Parker. I know this is not him. And I'm like, no, check the YouTube.
No.
I am live. Always live on the same YouTube. Is this AI? Yes, you know, this is actually, you know, AI. This is AI Parker. I actually set up a whole new thing where I'm just like, I don't even have to show up. I'm just like, you know, there's an AI Parker that just shows up and debates people, you know? I've actually coded that into existence. Yo, it's a paladin.
Hello, I'm so sorry. I'm 23 to bother you. I just want to know if you've
Do you support
ever
Donald
debated with the insufferable Nate, because I had to deal with him recently. I seen a clip of Dean with him.
No,
I
I
was just
haven't. I haven't. I appreciate you coming up. I have never seen them, or I don't remember them. If so, to be honest, I debate a lot of people, and I don't remember who I debate. I don't. I'm really
Yeah.
bad at that, just because
You
I
have
just
to be
debate so
really
many
memorable
people.
for us to remember you.
Yeah, just because I
Like-
just debate so many people. It's all the time, so it's like you know, all of them morph into each other. It's like honestly, it's really hard to like to retain everything. Alrighty. Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump.
Okay, why so?
I don't know. I feel like Kamala just kind of came off as
Kamala.
disingenuous. I mean, granted, I don't know a lot about her personally, but the vibe, the public consensus on the Republican side, and it just seems like she's very, very disingenuous.
Okay, how so?
I don't know. Just it almost seems like she's talking from a script or reading from a prompter.
No, it doesn't seem like that to me at all. You know, maybe we wish Donald Trump seemed like that because, you know, he just seems, you know, incoherent all the time. So
Yeah,
to give you
I mean,
examples?
I've heard plenty of examples. I mean, he's okay. First thing I will say about him as a person, he's definitely not a good person.
But he's also an
But-
idiot, right? Like he's also just like incoherent.
Well, that doesn't make everyone on his administration an idiot, right?
Okay, well, who do you like on his admin?
Well, I do like JD Vance.
Really? You like what do you like about JD? Can you name one thing JD Vance has done as vice president other than vacation and sit on the couch?
Not at the top of my head, no.
You can't name a single thing he's done. So why do you like him?
Well, as far as he carries himself, I mean, like as far as like family values and stuff like that, I feel like he represents that way better than Trump ever would.
Sure, just because he represents that more than Trump doesn't mean he's a good candidate.
Well, not necessarily. No, that I'm not saying that's what makes him a good candidate.
Okay.
Not that alone.
Like, okay, so then what makes him a good candidate? Because you can't name anything that he's done. Can you name anything he's done in political office?
Again, not off the top of my head.
Okay, so then what do you like about him? Vibes?
Oh, just more so his character. I mean, like, are you just talking in general?
Is it just the vibes?
No, it's not. Trust me, bro. It's not that kind of thing. I promise.
So what is it?
He just comes off as more like he doesn't have like he doesn't make my bullshit meter go off, so to speak. Like Trump, it's a totally different ball game. So like he just seems like he's telling the people what they want to hear. That's what I get.
So you think Trump's a liar, and you think that JD Vance is?
I mean, there's
genuine?
a lot of things you can look at that. I mean, you can make that up for yourself. I'm pretty sure you think Trump's a liar, right?
Well, obviously. So why did you support him over Kamala Harris?
Because I mean, there's just not a lot of Democratic presidents in their past that have been like great. Last one I can remember is Barack Obama. If I could, I would have voted for Barack Obama again.
No, so why would you vote for Donald Trump, a pathological liar, over Kamala Harris?
I just feel like during the so when he first got into office, I feel like things kind of ran a little bit smoother around the country than I expected. I actually expected him to just completely flop. I thought he was going to get assassinated his first term.
So again, why would you support Donald Trump over Kamala Harris?
Again, I feel like it feels like she's doing something similar. Okay, so she's not like as horrible of a person as he is. I'm not even saying she's a horrible person, by the way, just so we're clear. But it just does not feel genuine, and I don't know. I just think it's funny. The people that were saying that Trump's a horrible person, not to steer off subject, from Kamala, but when Biden was up there, it's just like, you remember those memes going around about, and all those stories about how Biden's a weirdo and how he's like sniffing people's hair and all that weird stuff? That's pretty weird.
So he couldn't bring up anything about Kamala Harris. You just brought up Joe Biden sniffing his grandkid, right? That's what you had to bring up. You don't care about Donald Trump saying you would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years and bragging about walking into the changing rooms of naked women without their consent.
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. Like I said earlier,
an 18-year-old coming out and saying there was 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in.
Well, yeah, that's fucking weird. That's obviously wrong.
You do care about that, right?
Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't I?
So then why wouldn't you say that you wouldn't support Trump then?
Again, I mean, Trump as a person, horrible person, but to call him a bad president, I feel like that's a stretch. A little bit of a stretch.
Yeah. He's a horrible president. An
Can you agree, though,
atrocious,
that
a diabolically insane president. That's what he is. He's not just a bad president, right? Yeah, that would be a stretch, right? It would be too.
But
little.
I'm also not going to put him on a pedestal, okay? Like, I'm not one of those people that's going to put him on a pedestal and think he's like Jesus.
Can you give me anything good that he's done?
I think he's doing good stuff with his abortion policy. I think he's doing good stuff with the border. I mean, the due process could be a lot better. Like, there's a lot of people who are definitely getting the short end of the stick on that. But, no system's perfect either. But
he maintains less due process and is specifically advocating that he doesn't have to uphold that, even though that's constitutionally protected. And then in terms of abortion, what specifically do you think abortion should be illegal?
Not necessarily. I think there's certain cases where, like, if you're just getting multiple abortions throughout your life, don't you think that's kind of fucked? Like, that's where I draw the line, kind of. Like, that's just...
No,
why are you doing
I don't. And the typical person can't get multiple abortions. That's expensive. Hello?
I typically don't ask women how many abortions that they've had either. Like, I'm not going up to people just asking how many abortions they have.
Literally.
Well, I mean, there are people out there that definitely get more than they should. It's like, and I think there's.
So I have a question. Do you think that they should be put in prison?
No, not necessarily. No.
Okay, so then, do you think that Donald Trump's laws go too far, and that Roe versus Wade should have been protected because people's legal right to get access to an abortion prior to viability should have been protected? Although you could say in some circumstances you disagree with it, it should be legal, right?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's nothing more American than the right to everyone should have a choice.
Okay, so that's all Kamala Harris's position was protecting Roe versus Wade, right? You don't have to agree with it, but it should be legal.
Sorry if my mic's going crazy.
So we're saying it should be legal, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, again, there's nothing more American to me than the right to have a choice. I mean, if you're just have that choice taken away completely, then that's just ridiculous. Pretty un-American to me.
Wait, say that
But
again.
then again, I'm not saying it's right in every context. Like to me, if it affects the mother's life, then yes, you should abort it for sure. Like if the mother's not going to
Wait, no,
survive,
you said that it should be legal, right? So you agree with Roe versus Wade, meaning you agree with Kamala Harris. So like you don't agree with Donald Trump in terms of his abortion perspective. So we can move on to the border. What do you agree with him in terms of the border?
I mean, I think that people who are, I mean, not okay. So people who obviously have a criminal record and are here illegally shouldn't be here. We agree on that, right?
If you haven't committed a violent crime or a bad crime, I do believe you should be deported on the condition that they can be put into prison in another country. If you have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, I believe you should be given a pathway to citizenship where you do not have to leave the country.
I agree.
Okay. Then, I mean, you seemingly are even to the left of the Democratic Party, so you don't agree with Donald Trump on the border either. You think the immigration process should go significantly quicker, and you think that undocumented immigrants shouldn't be
I wouldn't
deported
say I don't
if they have
agree
not
with him on
committed a
that.
violent crime or bad crime, and you believe that they should be given a pathway to citizenship. That's a great position. Now, specifically, it seems like you don't agree with Donald Trump at all. What do you agree with him on?
Honestly, it's more of a situation where I was like, seems like the okay. Not to go too far back, but like, say when Hillary and him were going back and forth, right? To me, he seemed like the lesser of two evils, and when he got to office, I was like, oh, he's gonna flop. And then when he didn't flop, I was like, oh, okay, I ate my words.
So what do you like about him, though? Because it seems like the 2 points that you brought up, you actually agree with me on and not him.
With the border control, I mean, like I said, the due process could be better. There's people that are being sent to that concentration camp, for lack of a better term. It's pretty much a concentration camp. So
why do you support Trump?
You
don't
said that very
support Trump.
nonchalantly, by the way.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like you support Trump.
I'm kind of in the middle. I mean, like I lean more towards Trump because the devil you know is better than the devil you don't, I guess.
I mean,
how is Kamala Harris the devil?
No, I don't think. No, I'm saying the devil you know is. It's just an expression.
Yeah.
I'm
No,
not
it's like
literally calling him the devil.
No, I mean though, but like, I'm confused. How is she bad though? Like under your view?
I wouldn't say she's bad. I just say that like I'm okay for Biden, for example. It's not that I hated him as president either. It's just I was like,
Your only reason for not supporting Kamala Harris is just because you didn't know who she was?
No, that's not it.
So then, what about her is the reason why you supported Donald Trump over her?
Like I said, it just felt like someone was just speaking into her ear. She was reading a teleprompter. Granted, Trump probably should be doing that more often.
At the debates, she wasn't doing that. She used to been speaking into her ear. She had nothing. That was an earring that was proven to not have any capacity.
It sounded like she was reading something from her phone type of tone, like she
No, it
didn't
doesn't.
say it. She's not saying it her actual self. Like it didn't come across as always genuine.
So wouldn't Trump have seen the teleprompter?
No, I'm just saying that's how it sounded. I'm not saying that's literally what happened.
Okay, so then why is that a reason to support Donald Trump over Kamala Harris? Like all of the things we brought up about Donald Trump, inciting a violent insurrection at the Capitol, right, and pardoning the violent rioters who beat police officers, calling them patriots, being held civilly liable of sexual abuse, bragging about walking into the changing rooms of naked women without their consent while they were changing. When there was an 18-year-old that came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would...
Yeah, again, that's fucked. That's
He
obviously
said he would
wrong.
date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. And
Obviously
you overlook
wrong.
all of that, specifically because of what reason? All because of Kamala Harris? Like, you think that she sounds
Well,
like
it's
she's
like I said, there's some
reading
people
off
that-
of a phone or something when she's not?
Do
you mean prepared?
I would never say that about Biden, for example. Biden.
Wait,
does
by the
not
way,
seem
do you mean prepared?
prepared. Like we're talking about the speech, right?
Yeah, like, it sounds like she's prepared and Donald Trump's not prepared? Maybe it's because you're used to just Donald Trump being unprepared and saying
Trump just sounds
coherent
like he
gibberish.
pretty much riffs and says what he wants people to, what he thinks people want to hear, type of talk.
Yeah, so he lies to you. So why would you support
He
Donald
lies
Trump?
more than he tells the truth. That's for sure.
So why would you support Donald Trump?
Well, like again, I mean, it just seems like we haven't had a good Democratic leader in so long.
Kamala
Like, Barack
Harris is
Obama
a good
was
Democratic
last-
leader in comparison to Donald Trump.
What's that?
Kamala Harris is a better leader comparative to Donald Trump. And hold up real quick. Peter, how old are you?
50.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
You said that I lied. When did I lie?
Oh, many times.
Can you tell me? Can you give me an example?
Sure. The first time, let me see. I got probably 45 times. You did. Where would you like me to start?
Name one. Anyone. Pick a card. Any card.
Yeah, about the immigration policies.
What about it?
Number 2, about the economy.
No.
Number
What about it?
3,
What did I lie about?
gender roles. Number 3 or 4.
What about it? What did I lie about? Oh, he left. Okay. All right. Interesting. Okay.
His phone died.
Yeah, maybe. Okay.
Again, I mean, I'm not here to say like I'm a diehard Trump fan. That's not what I am. I'm just kind of like I said, if I had the choice to vote for Barack Obama on a third term, yeah, I would. That's less Democratic.
So why would you vote for Barack Obama but not Kamala Harris?
Again, it's just because I'm more familiar with Barack Obama than I am Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris, when she just stepped up to the plate, I'm like, who is this? I didn't know anything about her.
I'm sorry. So just because you don't know about her, that's it?
No. That I misspoke. It sounds like
didn't you say that you like JD Vance, but you didn't know anything that he did specifically that you like?
Not at the top of my head, no.
Okay, so then why isn't that enough reason to say that you would support Kamala Harris, given that you didn't have to know anything specifically off the top of your head to support JD Vance?
Well, if she ran on the next election, I'd consider her.
Okay, so if you could go back in time,
it's not like I could completely dismiss her.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Let me ask you this, if you don't mind. What is it about Kamala that you find most appealing?
No,
Kamala.
can you answer my question and address what I'm saying first, and then we can move on to that?
Sure, rephrase the question if you can.
Yeah, so specifically, what is the reason why you wouldn't support Kamala Harris over Donald Trump? Right, because it is the case that you said that you would vote for Barack Obama. Why would you vote for Barack Obama but not for Kamala Harris?
I feel like I'm more familiar with his stances on everything than I am Kamala. Sorry. Yeah.
They have similar stances. They have more similar stances on things.
Well, right, but they're not gonna
comparative to the
comparative
to Donald Trump, right?
Right.
So then, do you know the typical stances of a Democratic position?
Yeah, as opposed to the Republican, yeah.
Okay, so then you at least know some stuff, and also it's your duty to do research. You should look it up before the election, especially. And also, given that you don't know anything, you should still have better reason to support Kamala Harris over Donald Trump.
To be honest, I mean, in my opinion, I think I wrote her off too soon. That's why I said, like, if there were to be another election and she ran, I wouldn't just dismiss her right off the bat and be like, oh, screw Kamala. Sorry. Yeah.
So you would consider voting for Kamala Harris, but like, what you got to do the research, I guess. I can tell you things. So Kamala Harris was advocating for a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, which when implemented in 2021 through the American Rescue Plan through COVID emergency policy, reduced childhood poverty by 45% in this country. We can also point to the fact that she was advocating for a $25,000 tax credit for first-time homebuyers for new homes, a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, right? A $35 cap on insulin, right? For everyone, not just people on Medicare.
Mm.
Those are like a few examples.
Yeah, I mean, those are all good things. I mean, again, not every person who goes up to bat in office is gonna abide by everything they said they were gonna do. I'm not saying she wouldn't. I'm not saying Trump did, because he didn't. But you just taking it at face value alone just doesn't seem like enough for me. That's why I was like, okay, so with how short she's stepping in to replace Biden, how is she going to sell the public like this? Like it felt like she was almost like, I don't know. To me, she seemed like just nervous in the spotlight, like almost someone like who just pops up on your live or something like that and just almost has nothing to say.
So Donald Trump has no experience. Donald Trump has nothing legitimately coherent to say. Kamala Harris was literally extremely knowledgeable.
What's his
right?
administration
Specifically,
advising him? The people in his administration are the ones directing
she
him.
was extremely knowledgeable and was like the most qualified candidate in history, one of the most qualified candidates in history to specifically be in the position of president, significantly more qualified than Donald Trump. So if you care about qualifications, then I don't know why you would specifically support, say, Donald Trump over Kamala Harris, right?
No, it wasn't just that. It was just mainly like I didn't know enough about her stances because it felt like she had to sell herself so quick in such short time. You know what I mean?
Okay, but you still had enough time to research that. Like, it was definitely enough time. Did you watch my live at all?
Yeah, I did.
Then you probably heard.
Honestly, I come back and forth because you get some crazy guests like the one last night that was saying we should have RPGs or something.
Yeah, I know, but seriously though, I genuinely you probably did hear me say things. Like you been. No, I meant like, have you been on my live prior to the election?
Oh no.
Oh, okay, well maybe if you saw and you did research particularly like that, right? And then for the next election, maybe you would be able to specifically see the different policies and then vote based upon that. Because Donald Trump's policies were to literally take money from low and middle income individuals and give them to rich people through massive tax breaks. That's his policy. Tariffs, replacing income tax with tariffs is shifting the burden of taxation from those that are lower income or from those that are higher income to those that are lower income and middle income. Because people who are low and middle income spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods comparative to people who are rich.
Yeah, that's
like things that
fair.
you need, like things that you need. So it's like, so if you spend a greater proportion of your income on things that you need and cost of living, then it is going to be the case that you are going to wait, I lost where I was going. I apologize.
Oh, you're good.
I read some. Go ahead. Would you like to respond?
Honestly, I kind of got frozen. I was hoping you kept talking so I could finish my thought.
Okay. All right. So is
I
there
was just
anything
listening.
else you want to talk about before I go on to the next person?
No, I appreciate it, man.
All right. Appreciate you coming up.
Bye.
Peace.
Alrighty, let's go on the next person. Literally, lost my thought.
No, you're good. I wasn't paying attention because I'm doing my actual job at the same time that I'm talking to you. So I'm like,
oh, you're good. Don't
multitasking.
worry. You're good.
No,
Don't worry.
I'm okay being here. I just have to. I'm just typing away at my computer, so I'm doing like 5 things at once.
You're fine. Don't worry at all. Kenzie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much for the Elevation Juice support donation. Thank you. Katie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, that specifically would have been great for the child tax credit. That's why I was good. I brought it up there at the end. Jalen, thank you so much for the $4.20. Lee, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Absolutely, that's based. Damien, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Tara, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Alexandra, I got you. I got you. I will try to. Matt, do you have PayPal?
I do. I just don't put it. It has my
You
full
don't
name
put
in
it?
it.
Okay,
Yeah, because I don't have a
I
business
got you.
account. Yeah. But if that person, I don't know your name, but whoever you are, if you send me a private DM, I give it to you privately, and you can do if that's what you want to do. Just send me a DM. So just like click on my name, and you can send it to me. But I don't put my PayPal in there because it has my name in it.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Hell no, brother. I'm a Democrat.
Okay.
W.
Claire, thank you so much for the bouquet. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty.
Also, I just want to point out to someone in the comments, I think you got banned already, but I swear to God, like if you be ableist or something, I will ban you. I have a stutter. I am not like don't be ableist for the love of Jesus. Like just don't do it.
Absolutely. Fucking hell. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I supported him over Kamala. Kamala, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if you could go back in time, you would vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris?
Yeah, I don't think she had a very good campaign, to be honest. I mean, maybe her policies might have been better than Trump's, but I don't think she was very good in the public eye. I don't think she accepted as many interviews as Trump. She didn't do as many public
But
speaking
we're asking
events.
why you support. So if her policies were better, then why do you support Trump?
Well, like I said, they might have been better, but I just didn't know them.
So you
I
don't know
think she
any of her
flip-flopped.
policies. So how do you know she
Well-
flip-flopped if you don't know any of her policies?
I know one that I didn't like, which was the capital gains tax. But yeah,
The
I
unrealized
think
one
she
that didn't
flip-flopped.
exist. That was a fake policy. That was not even her policy. Fake
Wait,
policy
really?
and applicable to her. Yeah, that was not her policy. She didn't run on that.
Oh shit, that's like the main thing I wanted to talk about. Damn.
Yeah, the unrealized capital gains thing was something that she wasn't holding to.
Oh shit. All right, you can go to the next.
Okay, all right. Let's go to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next person here real quick. And I'll thank some people on YouTube as well. Gotta catch up on YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Matt, you got to start using your YouTube more. Everyone from all around the world will be able to send you stuff through there as well.
People always say that, but look, I'm not you and Dean, dude. I I understand, but like, it's not gonna blow up like you and Dean. Like, I just don't have
know.
that kind of face and voice. Like, it just
No,
won't,
no,
it just
no,
wouldn't
no,
work.
no. I got you, bro. I'm telling you. Yo, what's up?
Nah,
How old are you?
nah, nah, nah.
How old are you? Okay. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm sorry, bro. I'm a friendly, so I hit that.
Appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, boy.
What's it called? Matt, I've been telling you to make a YouTube for so long. I feel like you'd make
I know you
such
have.
good
Like,
YouTube
I know,
videos.
I know. Maybe once I actually get everything sorted out with some things, I'll think about it.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birthday?
2002.
Okay, what month?
February.
You'd be 23, dude. I'm 2002. April. Come on, man. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. CK, thank you so much. You're amazing. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Nah, bro, that dude sucks.
All right, let's go on to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Carolina, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Yes, that's why we need to get Matt on YouTube. Bob, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. An infinite amount. Carolina, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Jackie, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much. Marin, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Decito, thank you so much for the $5. Martha with the $20. Thank you so much, Martha. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Liz, thank you for the $5. Indecisive, thank you for the $7. Thank you. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you. I think I've completely caught up on YouTube. Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody.
Thank you to Luna for the $10. Also said to use YouTube. Thank you, Luna. I appreciate that. And thank you to Molly for the $2. Thank you
so
for
much for
the
the
a very
color
kind
points.
compliment. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you to both.
Based. Let's go on to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Harris.
Okay.
No.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
2003.
What month?
April 9th.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
3 reasons. So I don't want free healthcare. I think free healthcare is a horrible thing. And Kamala Harris goes against my Christian beliefs.
Were you just on? Did you just lie about your age and then come on?
I don't want men and women's sports. And what?
I do think he did. There was multiple people. I thought it was just me. I was like, his voice does sound familiar, but I'm not 100% certain. So I was just waiting for the people in the comment section to say it for me to be like, maybe I'm right. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
Oh yeah. By the way, everybody, I know people were saying that, Adidas YouTube. I do have a Substack. Like you can always go there. If you want more from me every day, I always post like a newsletter. So every day, if you want something, I know it's like in like the written form, but if you want to like message me or get in contact or do anything like that, you can always like go there. And it's free, by the way. It's free. So you won't have to pay me anything either. But just saying.
Based. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next
Link is in
person.
bio.
I can't wait to get back on my main account. Oh, this is so brutal.
Yeah, I know. When's it back?
It should be back here pretty soon.
Yeah, pretty soon.
I'm not quite sure.
what's up?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, a little bit.
If you could go
Does
back
that
in
count?
time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Okay, wait. Did I have to vote to be over, or is just supporting him bad enough to be a debate?
Well, just
Would you have voted for him in
I'll
the
let
past?
I'll let you know. I'll let you know. If you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for? If you could go back in time right now.
I never voted, but I would vote for Kamala Harris.
Okay, Kamala. Absolutely based. Yeah, we are just looking for people who specifically, if they could go back in time, if they would vote for Donald Trump. That's specifically what we're looking for in terms of debates right now. Let's go to the next person here real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. Let's go to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody.
I thank you, Charlie, for the $1. Thank you, Charlie. I really appreciate you. Thank you.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? So the next person, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Hell no.
Nice. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. 22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I support you, nigger.
Let's go to the next person. Jeez. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. God, this is so bad. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
33.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I have no disrespect for Donald Trump.
Like, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I'm an independent, and I couldn't decide because I enjoy understanding both of them. But I don't have a problem with Donald Trump, but I love Kamala Harris too.
Okay. Yeah, Kamala Harris is definitely preferable in my eyes. I am just looking for people who do specifically, like, if they could go back in time, would vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. Yo, what's up? How old are you? So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Got a lot of trolls today, everyone, because we're on my girlfriend's account and we're not on my main account. That's probably a huge reason, to be honest. If you're on YouTube, everyone, do make sure to hit that thumbs up. It will help get it out to more people. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. We're going to get some more debates up here in a second. Alrighty, do give it a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Huh? Oh, I'm 20.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Well, at what age? Go back in time to what? Like what year?
2024. I mean, like, if you could go back right now with your knowledge, like, if the vote were today, would you rather vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
It would have been Trump, but I'm not gonna lie. Trump's been saying some crazy stuff. Like, I'm low key. I'm not gonna lie. I'm like red pill, but like, man, he's been saying some really out of pocket stuff lately. So I'm not gonna.
So what specifically? Like, why would you support Donald Trump over Kamala Harris in that context? And why are you red pilled?
I don't know. I guess I've always been red. What do you mean? What's the question?
Yeah, I asked, why do you support Donald Trump over Kamala Harris, and why are you red pilled?
Okay. I'll do the first one first. All right. Trump, I supported him originally because he's like a businessman, so it just made sense to make the economy better and stuff, but as we know, that kind of didn't happen. So
yeah, that didn't really work. So I mean, he also had 6 bankruptcies.
I mean,
so it seems like he did the same
hindsight,
thing to
cool,
the
but-
presidency as well.
I don't know, but I don't really like Kamala
Okay, why not?
because I don't know much about her. I mean, I didn't even know she was running up until like a
So
tiny
then
bit.
why didn't you choose to do
Yeah.
research?
I mean, I don't know. It's not. I don't want to I know voting's a great thing. I'm African American. I know we couldn't up until recently, but to me, it's just not that important. I guess I don't know.
So I think it's pretty important to vote, and that's why I'm trying to get people to go out there and vote. And I do think that Donald Trump is a really bad person. And I think that even if you were to not know anything about Kamala Harris, that she would still be a preferable option to Donald Trump.
Well, given that, then could you inform me of some of those things?
Yeah, for example,
major one.
Yeah, Donald Trump incited a violent insurrection in the Capitol on January 6th. He said to fight like hell and to take back the country from those that stole it from them. And then he pardoned the people who assaulted police officers on that day, were convicted of it, and then he called them patriots. So he called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. He was held civilly liable of sexual abuse.
Did he get charged with the abuse thing? Was it proven in court?
Going to.
Okay, well, I just believe in due process. So if what you just said, that's a big claim. So was that like actually like a? I've never heard of that.
There was a court, so a guy named Jack Smith was actually bringing the case, and there would have been good evidence, but because Trump won, he had to dismiss it.
Okay, well, that's a really weird legal situation. But I mean, if you're not convicted of something, you can't really say that somebody did something. You know. I don't know. That's not. I feel like you could come up with a better example for why he's bad, because what you just said isn't. You know. I mean, if he got like charged for it, then it would make sense, but he didn't. So, no.
Okay.
Wait, he
I
did
just.
get
I don't know. I
charged
like to be
for it.
fair.
Donald Trump, literally, he was held civilly liable. It was unanimous by a jury of 9 people for
Yeah.
forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. Donald Trump was convicted of 34 felonies, and he was sentenced. Donald Trump pardoned people who were convicted of assaulting police officers, and he called them patriots. So there were convictions, there were court cases, and there were
And
juries
charges, by the
present.
way.
And they indicated that Donald Trump and his cronies did this.
Yeah.
Okay, when did this happen? Like I said, I'm 20, so I haven't been like in the whole political thing for a while because I've never heard of this.
When
Is this
did
like
he
because
get
you?
involved? What
Yeah,
what
because
specifically?
because you asked if I could go back in time,
Yeah.
would I vote for him? So I'm trying to answer your question, but the things you're telling me, I don't know if this happened like 30 years ago, or if he just did this, or what. Like, would that skew me voting for him, or what?
I don't know why that would change whether or not you would, but
Because that's a
if you
pretty
wanted to,
heinous thing to do. So if he did
So-
that, then I most likely wouldn't vote for him. That's what I'm saying.
yeah, him
But I
being
don't know
held
when he
civilly
did it.
liable of sexual abuse. That specifically happened in 1995, 1996, right? Specifically, if you want to talk about
Okay.
the felonies case, that was from falsification of business records. This happened around 2015, 2016.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
And
And
then
then
if
the
you
other
wanna-
ones were like much more recent.
Yeah, and then the pardoning of violent rioters, that was in 2025. That was 9 months ago.
Okay, could I say
Less than
something
9
super
months.
quick? So I see people are getting like mad asking why the time matters. The question you asked was if I could go back in time to 2024, would I vote for him? So that's why I was asking when he did that. Because if he did that in 2025, then you know what I mean. That wouldn't be taken into account for my voting for him.
No, I'm saying you specifically with the knowledge that you have right now.
Yeah, no, not now, but
So
I was
you
trying to
know
put a
that-
timeline.
you know that he would do that.
What do you mean? I know he would do that.
So you know he would pardon violent rioters who beat police officers. So like you could take that into account when voting for him because you're going back in time. Or like if there would be an election today, right? And it was Kamala Harris
Is it
versus
still
Donald
with
Trump.
Kamala? Oh, okay.
Yeah, and who would you rather vote for?
What would I got one more question? I'm sorry, because I'm trying to like actually give you a proper answer. What's Kamala's background? Like I'm not really well versed in the whole space. So like what was she doing before she ran?
What was Kamala Harris doing before she
Yeah,
ran?
like Trump was a
She was
businessman,
vice
so that like I
president.
said. Okay.
Like before she was in political office?
Yeah, just like
Prosecutor?
accolades and like life experience and stuff.
She was a prosecutor, a district attorney, an attorney general, vice
Okay, so
president.
she's well qualified.
She was a
That's what I was trying
senator.
to. That's what I was asking.
Senator,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
Yeah, I
extremely
don't keep up
qualified.
with politics. I'm sorry, man. That's why I'm actually trying to give you a
No,
proper
you're
answer.
good.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Well, I just think it was very obvious in the circumstance that Donald Trump was significantly less qualified. He was significantly more incoherent. His policy was significantly worse. His character was significantly worse. In almost every single way you could point to, he was worse than Kamala Harris.
Not in a weird like bad way. How old is she? Because I know Trump's like 80 or something. Well, not 80. He's like 70.
In her like late 50s, I think.
Okay, because that's a big thing I take into account. You know, I don't. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think she's in her late 50s. Maybe I'm wrong, but
Someone said Trump's 79. Yeah. I okay. I'm taking up a bunch of your time. Given the knowledge you've given me, she sounds well qualified. Trump's been saying some crazy stuff, you know, and that whole grape thing you just said.
yeah,
I didn't know
go
about
look
that.
into it. Like, it's
Yeah, I
pretty
need to
bad, and
educate myself on that. I
yeah.
mean, it sounds like I live under a rock. Like my bad. I didn't know about
You're
that.
good.
Um,
No, we like when people change their minds.
Yeah,
so
that's also a big thing
we're
too,
welcome.
because I feel like maybe there's a lot of people that voted and they didn't know about that. Because, I mean, I don't know.
Well, that's why we're here. So thank you for changing your mind.
It'd definitely be
Appreciate it.
Kamala. Yeah, Thank you for
Okay.
informing me, man.
Appreciate
Of
you.
course. Thanks for coming up.
Thank you. Let's go on to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. I've about an hour and I want to say 15 minutes or so left, everybody. And then I was going to get off for today. Libby, thank you so much for $10. Thank you.
Oh.
Go ahead.
No, sorry. I'll say, I think it Gwen for the $40 on Venmo. Thank you. And for the very kind message. That's very kind of you. Thank you, Gwen. I really do appreciate it. It means a lot to me. Thank you.
Libby, thank you again for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Julene, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Julene. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course. Thank you so much. Can you explain it for a reliable source? Can you share Trump? I heard there was something shady going on with crypto. Yeah, Trump dropped a meme coin. And yeah, that he just like rug pulled it. And then was Trump with Elon Musk in a new crypto? I haven't heard anything about that in particular. And then looking for a reliable source, I would go to AP News, NPR, PBS, and Reuters. You want to look for areas that have less bias, generally speaking. And then like you can look for like sources from the government with like bipartisan analysis. That's always great. Bob, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Carolina, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And again, thank you. I really appreciate the $5 for hashtag Matt get a YouTube. Haley, thank you for the $50 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Haley in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Haley. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for Haley in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Haley. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Jacob with the $10 as well. Thank you. W's for Haley. Thank you so much for the kind message, Haley. W's for Haley. Thank you so much. I absolutely will. Thank you.
Haley.
Danielle, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Joanne, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really, really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, everyone. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
Yeah,
Yo,
fuck
it's how old
Trump.
are
He's
you?
a dirty. Trump is in.
You. They just use a slur. That's fucking gross. Yo, it's how old are you?
27.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I just got a quick question for you. So, is this like your full-time job and how you make money, or do you like have another job other than TikTok?
This is my full-time job.
Oh,
Another
okay.
job, but
So, if it wasn't for Trump, you wouldn't be making money or have an account on TikTok, right?
No, I was doing live streams about other topics before, without talking about Trump.
But as of however long you've been doing this on this platform, which probably been since Trump been in for 8 months.
If Trump wasn't in political office, I'd be talking about someone else in political office.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be talking at all on this app because if it wasn't for Trump, the app wouldn't be up.
Oh, I have YouTube. There's 3,200 people in the YouTube stream right now.
Say it again?
There's 3,200 people in the YouTube stream right now.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So Trump pretty much gave you a job, and that's how you're profiting.
No,
'Cause of
YouTube,
Trump.
YouTube is working fine. I have 3,200 people on YouTube. Like nearly half the stream is on YouTube.
Oh, so you're streaming off YouTube and TikTok at the same time?
Yep.
So
I have
I'm guessing you make
4,300 people
more
here on
money.
TikTok, and we have 3,200 people on YouTube.
So overall, I mean, you still profit off TikTok regardless if you're
Yes.
doing off one or two apps. So I mean,
What's your point? And also,
I
can you turn
mean,
down the
you
background
say
noise in the
that-
background?
You
Is it
say
possible?
you say there and you hate
Actually,
on Trump, but
Could
he's
you turn off
if it
your
wasn't
TV?
for-
Or turn off
Yeah,
the
hold on.
volume?
Yeah, give me a sec. I gotta do it on my phone.
That's okay. I'll thank someone in the meantime. Ebot, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know.
So I'm just
actually,
saying,
it's
like, if,
horrible.
if you hate on Trump and everything else, but he's putting money in your pocket at the end of the day and feeding you, and so I don't
would be fine
understand
either
that.
way. I would be fine either way. Right? But
Yeah,
there
but
are
you're still
420,000
profiting.
children that have restricted access to free school lunch and breakfast. Well, we'll have restricted access to free school lunch and breakfast on average every month because of Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill. 2.5 million people on average per month will lose their food stamps. Right? 10 million people lose their health insurance. Right? Because of Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill.
Yeah, but has it
So-
happened yet? Has it happened
Well,
yet?
it's gonna happen. The bill's
Oh,
already
it's gonna
passed.
happen. It's gonna happen in the future,
Yeah, it's
right?
all yes. That's the estimated
Oh,
effect over a certain period
estimated.
of
So,
time.
is that a
CBO.
fact or is that just an
Yes, it's
assumption?
from the Congressional Budget Office, a bipartisan committee from the federal government.
So you just go off of assumptions, right? Not
Estimates
fact.
based upon what like bipartisan committee from the federal government indicates. Yes.
Oh, I don't think that's right. I mean, when
What
it
do you,
happens, I feel like
what's the source that indicates it's wrong?
because it hasn't happened yet.
What? Just because it hasn't happened yet doesn't mean we can't estimate it. Do you know what estimations are?
Yeah, but that's still not the point. I mean, everybody was worried about Medicaid and Social Security. Everybody was crying about it. Oh,
I have
he's
a
gonna
question. Do
take
you think
it.
do you
They're
think we
gonna
made
take
it?
it.
Do you think we made it to the moon?
I don't think so.
Okay, so this is what we're dealing with. Okay, you don't even think we made it to the moon. What makes you think that, man?
I don't know. I'm kind of 50-50 on it.
Why? What makes you think that?
I don't know, but back to the TikTok thing. So you sit there and you hate on Trump and this and that, cry about it all day on TikTok, but at the end of the day you're profiting from it. So I mean,
Cope, buddy. So the end of the day, I'm getting people's attention towards the horrible things that Donald Trump is doing, and that's a good thing. It's creating a better society where people are more critical. People are analyzing things. They're more educated on politics. It gets people involved to a greater
yeah, but
extent.
you're just going off estimates, dude.
You understand that's how we
I go
base
off
things.
facts. I
Like,
go
for
off
example,
facts, bud.
you understand that that's the facts, right? The facts, right, indicate
Estimates are facts. Estimates are facts.
Yes, yes. Because
Really?
it is, yes, the reason why is because it's based upon factual statements that are true that inform why we believe a certain thing. Now, could the specific facts that we understand to be the case change, right, and be more acquainted with reality? Absolutely, right? But this is what the best set of evidence is indicating. That's what's factual.
Okay, what if you're wrong then? Are you gonna come out and say it? Probably
Yeah.
not.
Yeah, absolutely. But you
All right, that's
understand
all I
this is the
want.
best. This is the best.
That's
This
all.
is what
That's
the
all I
best
wanted to
information
talk
is.
about, man.
This is what the best information is indicating right now. And why is that? You want to all you want? You don't want to talk about why you support Donald Trump?
I mean, I do, but I don't have much time. I just wanted to come on here and
Why don't you want to
ask
talk
you
about why you
TikTok.
support Donald Trump?
Oh, I mean, I can come back on later if you're still on.
Okay, for sure.
Appreciate it, man.
Barbara, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Barbara. Can we get some W's for Barbara in the comment section right now for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat? Thank you so much, Barbara. Tim, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Ashley with the $10. Thank you so much. Yeah, that was diabolical. Absolutely diabolical. Thank you so much, Barbara. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kuda, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give it some W's for them in the comment section right now. All right, everyone, let's go on to the next individual quick. Rosie, thank you for the $6. Thank you so much. As well as Luna, thank you for the $5. Thank you. No, Evil Dean is not Dean. And it's just that's what their name was, so they're like known as Evil Dean. But they're not actually. They're not. It's not Dean. No.
That would be a mindfuck if Evil Dean actually was Dean. That'd be like this weird,
That would be
like,
crazy, right?
That'd be like this weird, like, year-long fucking, like, mind meld.
I would be shocked. I would actually be shocked
Yeah,
myself.
I would be actually shocked, yeah.
Lauren, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Lauren. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I don't think it's possible because Dean has been on the live when Evil Dean trolls. So it's like, I don't think that is actually possible. You know, I would be very shocked if that were the case, you know. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. RC, you don't meet the set of criteria on the TikTok screen. I've already debated you a million times. Carolina, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, how's it going, boss? I'm 25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do, man. I do.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I would still vote for him.
Okay, why so?
You know, real quick before we get started, I just want to say to you, this is brain damage watching everybody, come in here. And I'm like, this is where like 90% of America's at. And I think that's where the frustrating part is like, I feel like we could agree on more if we just, take some, give some, right? And that's where I think a lot of the problem is. in my opinion. Would you agree?
I think that you can like inform yourself and you can critically analyze things, and if you do so, you're going to be more acquainted with reality and will naturally be more acquainted and unified through that basis. So I guess let's go through that.
I 100% agree.
What
with
are the
you, my friend.
reasons why you support Donald Trump?
Well, the big problem is I support the conservative movement more than Donald Trump himself. However, I still would have voted for him due to the fact that personally I'm a Christian, and it's been made clear that I don't belong on the left side of the aisle, if you will.
That's just not true. Kamala Harris is Christian. Joe Biden is Christian. Like, I don't know why you don't think that you have a place on the left.
Well, just it really rubbed me the wrong way during that rally she had, and somebody said, Christ is king, and she said, "Ooh, you're at the wrong rally."
No, she
And
didn't say
I
that
was
because
being-
they said Christ is king. They were Trump supporters, and they were heckling the crowd, and she was saying that because there was a Trump rally down the street that they could have gone to.
Regardless, still didn't feel like it was real welcomed over there. Let me ask you this: how do you feel about gun control?
She's Christian herself. Let's not pivot. Can you address that she's Christian herself? And that
I'm not sure if she is or
Trump
not, but if
didn't
she
know a
is, that's
Bible
awesome.
verse.
Good for her.
Trump didn't know a Bible verse, and he said that he likes the Old and New Testament equally. Right? He also said that he never asked God for forgiveness ever.
Then he's not saved, and any Christian knows that that man is not saved if he's never asked for forgiveness. We're all sinners, right? So
then why do you support him?
Well, just like I said, I align more with the Christian side. I mean, excuse me, with the right side.
But he's not even saved, so he doesn't align with you.
Well, majority of the right side do align with me. So it's less about him and more about what we can bring as a complete side, right?
No, but it's
I'm in a
controlled by
blue
him
state.
completely and totally.
But let me say this, right? So I'm in a blue state, right? And anytime that there is any religion brought up, let's back to like high school days, right? In school, they don't allow us to read Bibles. They don't allow us to pray. They don't allow us to do any of this stuff, and that comes directly from our democratic government.
Yeah, it's probably the local area. I mean, when I grew up, there was a Bible in the school.
No, exactly, and it used to be like that, like way back when, right? It was free. Like I don't.
But who needs that?
I-
Who need if you're only going to put one specific religion, then you shouldn't put any. You should put
I
all
agree.
the different
I
religious
100% agree.
texts in the library if you're going to do that.
And that's exactly where my problem was, is because I was Christian, I wasn't allowed, but if I was anything else, it was okay. That's where I align with the problem.
Well, I mean, then if every other religious text is shown, then I agree that it should be shown. I don't dispute
Yeah, perfect. We're on the same page. Let me ask you this: how do you feel about gun control?
that. How do I feel about gun control? I mean, I think that gun control is important, like necessary and important gun control. I believe in a right to self-defense, but I don't think that a lot of guns are necessary. Attachments and levels of ammo are necessary in order to do that. I also believe in background checks, like universal background checks. I believe in a lot of common sense gun reform.
Okay, yeah, I'm in the same wavelength as you. But do you think we have more of a mental health problem than we do a gun problem?
I think that we have more of a gun problem and more of
Okay.
a. I think I don't know if we can say more of either or. We just have both. We have a problem with mental health in this country, untreated mental health, and we also have a problem specifically with gun control in this country. Like, I believe in universal access to health care, so I believe that should cover mental health care.
Yeah, I agree. I think we do need more attention to mental health because of the facts that the gun violence show us, right? So the CDC did their
It's
gun
not
violence.
just because of gun control. Like there are things outside of the context of gun control that relate to why people need access to mental health care.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. But like, if you look at those facts, right, they indicate that we have more of a mental health problem than we do a gun problem. And so
I
the
think
CDC
that's
says that
ridiculous. I think
58%.
that's a ridiculous thing to assume if you're talking about in relation to guns, right? Like, because you understand that it's also the specific types of guns that they have access to that also increase their ability to harm people. And there's also certain types of policies that have been put in place that increase their likelihood of being able to harm people. So there are certain types of things we can do to restrict this from happening.
I agree. And so, but that's what I'm saying, right? So everyone wants to look at the big ARs and AKs, and those are the problems, right? The high magazine. But when only 7% of all gun deaths, and according to the CDC, right, in 2022, I believe, were done with a rifle or assault rifle, if you will, right? Everything else is other handguns, right? So if that's true that we're having a gun control problem, it should be not necessarily just be after rifles, it should be everything, right? So I'm in support, and I agree with you that there does need to be better background checks, and there does need to be other factors involved, but we can't just look at it at one standpoint, say it's just this gun. That's the problem. Would you agree with me?
Okay. I think that there are certain types of guns that are unnecessary to defend yourself, and there is too much of an issue in terms of, like, you know, how much it's been used in a level of these mass shootings where I specifically wouldn't give a shit if it's banned, and I think it could be important to ban it specifically to reduce the likelihood of that particular violence happening. If there's good evidence indicating that to be the case, I think it should be restricted, right? Like, do you agree that you should restrict a gun if you know that it's going to net save lives?
No, because that completely impedes on the Second Amendment, right? So, you know, net save lives. What are we looking at?
Wait,
right?
I'm sorry. Do you think that people should have legal access to RPGs?
Legal access to RPGs? That's a far of a stretch, right? Let's say, hey, do we need to have access to tanks?
So you're going against the Second Amendment. Then you're going against the Second Amendment because you're advocating for a reduction in someone's right to bear arms.
You're right, 100%. So I think maybe
violating
they
the
should
Second
be.
Amendment.
How dare I? I know.
I know, right?
Terrible person.
I had someone defend that to me. Like, what was it yesterday? They defended open carry RPGs in public.
Yeah, no, that's a stretch. No, but I do believe, right, because ARs, AKs, right, they all have their different things, right? However, if we're looking at the vast majority is handguns, right? There's 47 deaths, gun-related deaths in 2022. 58% of them are suicide. We're looking at less than 1%. It was like 740 something were quote unquote mass shootings, meaning 4 or more people were injured, right? And again, 700 way too many. But we're looking at the vast majority is suicide, and that's only equates to 78% of all suicide. So we're looking closer to 38,000 suicides or something like that. I think as a country we need to do more focus on mental health.
Okay, so we obviously as a country need to address that more. I don't think Trump's doing that. I don't think Trump's doing that at all. I think Trump's actively, you know, undermining people's access to health care and health insurance. I think we can address both simultaneously.
Okay, so we've talked about the health insurance. Educate me a little bit.
Wait, say what?
I said educate me a little bit. What is he doing directly to get rid of health insurance, like you said?
He's actively passing the big beautiful bill that cuts over 10 million people off of their access to health insurance. They've shut down the government right now because they don't want to give people access to adequate levels of health insurance through the ACA that was already granted.
Yeah, I disagree with that, you know, but like I mentioned earlier, I think we agree on a whole lot more, and there needs to be some middle ground. And at this point in time, like I mentioned, I don't agree with what's going on as of right now. However, I do think it would still be a problem no matter who's in office, because everyone's too hard-headed to want to work with each other. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah, because Donald Trump is dividing the country. So if you don't,
I think it was
people
being
like Donald
divided by
Trump,
both sides.
If you don't, I think it's mainly Donald Trump, and I can give you arguments as to why. I'm not just trying to be the person who's on the left who's just claiming it's the other side. I'm trying to tell you the facts of reality so that we can actually unify as a country, right?
Yeah,
Because
no, I
when Donald
appreciate
Trump,
that, and that's exactly why I'm here, you know?
Yeah, so when Donald Trump specifically, like, he incites a violent insurrection at the Capitol, he says he hates the other side. He actively, gets his side specifically to be riled up in manners in which, are clearly false, right? He lies to his audience. He lies to his fan base consistently. He's a pathological liar that plants seeds of division and hate, and that's not good for our country.
I think
there's hate speech. He declared war on the enemy within.
There's hate speech on both sides. And you see that,
This
right?
is the president, though. This is the president. I mean, do you see that do you see Joe Biden and Kamala Harris doing that? No, you don't.
Yes,
you don't see that.
yes.
Tell me, what did they do?
There's quotes from either of them, or from both of them, stating that, that we need to pick up our forks or whatever, or pitchforks, and if they come in here and say that, I'm gonna hit them up on top of the head, whatever that looks like, right?
What are you talking about? What are you saying?
I don't have the exact quotes, but I've
go and find them right now. Go and find that right now. I'd love to see that quote. What?
Oh man, can't take that here.
If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. Everyone, if you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get out to more people. Let's try to get to 1 million likes if you're on TikTok. We're on my girlfriend's account right now. Everyone, we should have at least my second account back by tomorrow. I'm on earlier today, everyone, because it's my girlfriend and I's anniversary, or 2-year anniversary, and I'm getting off to celebrate it for later. So I was going live early. She's still at work, so I still have got time, but I'm probably gonna be on live for like another hour or so. Thank you, everyone, for the kind wishes. I appreciate it. Thank you. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy.
Hey, brother, am I muted? Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. So So what were you finding?
I'm not doing any research as at this point in time, but I have a question. What is going on with the whole vice president pick for Kamala Harris? I have no idea about that, but I heard about something that she didn't pick a certain candidate due to something.
Say that
I
again.
know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
Go ahead. You can respond.
That's just from her book. So in her book, she wrote about how when she was vetting certain people to be vice president, there were like several of them who were in contending who she didn't like or they didn't vibe or something, and so that's how she landed on being with Tim Walz. But even with Tim Walz, she was kind of like iffy about it and everything. So it's from the book.
Yeah, one of the candidates was gay, and she said it was too risky at that point in time to pick them in. But I don't have enough facts. I have no idea if that's true or not. But I was just curious if you guys had any more additional information on it.
She says that. Yeah, I mean that's more.
Yeah, she said specifically that that specifically asking the country for like voting for like Kamala Harris as a black woman, right, with a Jewish husband, right, and like a gay vice president would be quote unquote asking too much for the country. Now, I can say I disagree with that. Like I definitely think that they could have, I think that there are definitely things that they could get elected with under that ticket. But specifically, I definitely, I think you can need to understand the extra context of what she's trying to say.
Absolutely. That's why I see
she doesn't like Pete Buttigieg or anything. Like Pete Buttigieg is one of her like best friends, she says.
Yeah, you're good. Well, hey man, I gotta hop off, but I appreciate you having some open dialogue, and definitely I gotta do some more research, man. I appreciate that.
Okay, for sure. Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next person real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. I would really, really, really appreciate it. Hit that thumbs up for the 3,400 people here on YouTube. Do that real quick. I would really, really, really appreciate it. Let's go on the next person here real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. I almost feel like sometimes we get more people in the mornings. It's actually interesting. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alright, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
6'7".
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. So please only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, hello.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yup.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Trump.
Okay, why so?
Okay. So, what do you think about his stance on gay people?
I'm asking you why you support Donald Trump.
I know, but what do you think about his attitude towards gay people? I just want to focus on that now.
What do I think about
why do
Trump's?
you? Yeah.
I think that it's performative in a lot of circumstances, and I think that actively he ran on, the Republican platform that was anti-gay marriage in 2016. I think that especially his base specifically is definitely, significantly more homophobic. If you want to look at Trump, I definitely think he specifically, definitely promotes like the idea that like
Mm-hmm.
LGBTQ is being pushed on children in schools, which is obviously ridiculous.
Okay, so you describe him as homophobic.
Probably, yeah.
Probably, you don't know.
Yeah, I think it's most likely. I think he oftentimes tries to act like he's not that.
Okay. So what evidence do you have that he is actually homophobic?
Just brought up the things I talked about. Is there anything you'd like to talk about in terms of why you support Donald Trump, or what is the point of this conversation?
Okay, but all right. So I'll just tell you what.
Hello? They just left. Why did they just leave? Okay. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34 years old.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I support the Republican Party. I don't think that, narrowing it down as supporting an individual versus another individual is the right way to look at it, because this isn't a sports team. But yeah, I'm a registered Republican. I voted for him, and I would vote for him again. And if I could go back in time, I would do so as well.
Okay, why so?
Well, first off, like I said, I really dislike the rhetoric of blue versus red. That's really something that, for me, causes me a lot of pain, because I think that that's just not the way that we should be looking at politics. Now, when it comes to politics, I think that you have to vote for the things that matter to you specifically, right? So I find it really difficult to believe that on either side you would completely or blindly agree 100% on the policies of either one of the parties, because then you're kind of just like, following what everybody else is doing. And I think that that's also a mistake. And that's something that on the red side, on the Republican side, we get extremely, extremely wrong. I think people just kind of blindly vote for Trump, and they just, whatever they say, they watch their news cycle and they say, you know what, that's what I'm going to vote for. But for me specifically, and this is how I, talk to my family members, some of them are extremely red and they're just very ignorant, and they just say, yeah, I'm going to vote for whatever, he says. I see it as a couple of things. I want to focus on like one thing.
Why do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. So I want to focus on like one or two things that are important to me personally, right? And to me, that's my financial well-being, my financial economic security, my family's economic security, my business's economic security, and just overall, like, I'm a capitalist. That's what's important to me, and that's where I weigh my vote weighs heaviest when it comes to picking a side. So for Trump, and then when it comes specifically to like economics and the markets, I think that his policies have, they're going to ignite like a wealth boom. I think that the S&P right now is soaring. We're up like 67%. If you compare it to like previous years, it's everyone thought that, with the tariffs, it took a little bit of a dip, but after then it's been on a generational tear. If we talk about, I think that what his view on the economy as a whole is also, going in the right direction. I think that with inflation right now, I do think that we need to cut the interest rates even more. I'm personally divested out of the US dollar, even though it's been taking a hit. Gold right now is soaring, which is essentially a hedge for when inflation hits. And yeah, I think that for me personally, I feel secure about where the country is moving. Oh, and then the most important part for me is
Can I address any of these?
Yeah, let me finish saying my last point right now. And I, for one, think that he is making himself kind of like, or wanting to, like, he's a showman. He wants to position himself as whatever he wants to position himself as. And I think one of the things that he really wants to position himself as is the kind of like leader of AI. He wants America to be the leader of AI. And well, let's be honest, the biggest AI companies are American. And I mean, you saw it at the White House dinner the other night, like Sam Altman, Zuckerberg, you name it, where they were there. And they're, doing their fiduciary duty to hold up for their shareholders, but they also know that this president wants to invest in tech, invest in AI, and help us be the leaders and kind of reclaim that that view, that global view of the world as like, the leaders in tech. And I don't know, I really can't disagree with any of that.
Okay, there's a few things here. His economic policy has not led to an economic boom. It's actually led to less real GDP growth since he's got in office. The jobs report was so bad that that specifically Trump fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because he said it was politically biased information. And then the person that he put into office the next right after specifically indicated that there was even less jobs for the next month after. There's like 7 to 10 times less jobs month on a month basis under the context of the Trump administration right now than there was a year ago under the Biden-Harris administration. Secondly, right, you said that you want them to cut interest rates when we're seeing rising inflation because of the tariffs that Donald Trump has implemented. If you want them to continue to cut rates, wouldn't that put continual upward pressure on inflation? And it sounds like you are okay with that because you've quote unquote divested out of the U.S. dollar.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I just personally wouldn't hold any cash in my bank account anyway. So if I'm just sitting on cash, I'm going to either invest it into whatever market, whatever ETF, or into gold. So that's me personally. And I mean, look, yeah, it's not great that the U.S. dollar is obviously going down a little bit, but I still feel that with the movements that he's made, and he's shaking things up, and his administration is shaking things up. But overall, like, I look at my portfolio, I feel like I'm higher than I've been ever than I was under the previous administration. I see companies that are continuing to grow, and I personally don't mind it. I mean, look, I think that one of the reasons that a lot of people on like a more ignorant level, they say, Trump, he's kind of getting rid of the liars or whatever. And I'm not going to sit here and act like Donald Trump isn't a grifter. Why is he selling gold shoes? Like that's kind of crazy to me. However, he's a little bit more upfront about it. Okay, TikTok is being sold to his buddies.
He's upfront about it, grifter. Do you understand how diabolically being a grifter means? He's dishonestly doing something. You know that, right? Define grifting.
I understand, but look at the rest of the people that have power. They're also doing insider trading. Like, look at Nancy Pelosi.
Define grifter. Define grifter.
It's a scammer. It's a con artist. And like, if you didn't know that that's who Donald Trump is, then that's pretty crazy.
So if they're a scammer and a con artist, that means that they're lying. So how could they be upfront about lying? Do you understand that's like contradictory, right?
I get what you're saying, and fine, we can do mental gymnastics about that. But what I'm trying to say is that on any government official, especially when they're at high levels, they're going to be committing some sort of fraud. They're going to be doing con. And
what fraud did Kamala Harris or Joe Biden commit?
I mean, if you want to look at their stock portfolio, I'm sure that they've unjustly enriched themselves by a crazy amount. I'm sure that, like,
wait, I'm sorry. Having a stock portfolio doesn't just necessarily mean that. But yeah, do you want to get rid of their ability to have and trade stocks? Most of the money that Biden made was specific off the books that he wrote. Okay.
I can't speak specifically to that, but I know that there's congressmen and senators that have made millions of dollars. I mean, the Speaker of the House,
that doesn't justify Donald Trump doing that and dropping a meme coin and rug pulling it. That does not justify Donald Trump specifically saying now's a great time to buy. That does not justify specifically Donald Trump engaging in said market manipulation. That's ridiculous.
So simply because he's more outward towards it makes it wrong. When people do it in the shadows, it makes it okay just because we don't know about it.
No, it's not good in either circumstance. I believe that specifically they shouldn't be allowed to buy stocks outside of like just typical index funds.
I agree. So as a capitalist myself, the fact that this happens in the shadows, on the left, on the right, either way, it's not like if Trump is just doing this. Now he's just being a little bit more like he doesn't give a shit. He's out here. He's like, yeah, no, I'm going to sell TikTok to my buddies. I'm going to get rich off of this. But it kind of also gives people that are paying attention. Like if I'm paying attention to the stocks, if I'm paying attention to the markets, I'm like, okay, well, maybe then I should probably buy this. And so it's not really insider anymore. It's kind of like letting everybody know. And it's a shift in the tide. It's a shift in the way that the global economy works. It's a shift in the way that the president speaks to his people. But if I can actually educate myself and make money off of it, then for me, because remember, I'm looking at this from my perspective, because as opposed to like what Democrats do, that just virtue signal and get hurt by every little single thing, and this hurts me.
So you just don't care about other people?
I mean, it's not that I don't care about other people, but if I would stay here and virtue signal that every little thing affects me and every little thing hurts me, then it would be really difficult for me to.
We're not virtue signaling by saying that we care about other people. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to be fine either way under either president. That's the level of privilege that I have. Right. And that's specifically why I specifically say I should advocate for other people. I'm going to be fine regardless. Why the hell would you not take into account what's going to affect other people? Do you not care about the society you're going to leave for your children, that your friends are going to have to live in, that your family is going to have to live in? Obviously, you want a society that is equitable for everyone, because that includes your future children, your grandchildren, the children that come after them. Right. And inevitably at some point, right? It is the case that like even if you build some level of generational wealth, that it equalizes out at a certain point. That's how,
No, I
how it
agree.
works.
And look, listen, I agree with you entirely, right? I'm not sitting here that I'm just like the selfish person that's just like sitting in my bank counting my nickels. But the truth is that there's only a certain amount of bandwidth that I have. I don't work in politics. I have a job. I have a family. I have things to do on my day-to-day basis. I can't be consumed by the media all day long and like the news stories, because I think Trump is also really great at creating smoke mirrors to distract people from what's going on, and then whatever, like like I said, I wholeheartedly admit it. He's a grifter, but if I can hold on to that grift and benefit myself from it and my
If you
family
can
from
grift off
as
of
a
the
capitalist,
grift, then you like it. If you can grift off of the grift, then you like it. No, come on, you got to benefit. You have to think about other people. You have to think about how many people are negatively impacted because of this. Donald Trump's policies, his big beautiful bill, cuts 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month. Right, 2.5 million people off of access to their food stamps. Right, per month. Over 10 million people off their health insurance, and adds $3.4 trillion to the debt. Trump's bills, right, in his first administration added over $4 trillion more debt-related spending comparative to the Biden-Harris administration in terms of what they signed into law.
okay, so then if I look at the big beautiful bill and I see it from my specific perspective, and when I look at when my father dies, if I inherit whatever it is that I inherit, I can keep more of it. I should care more about like all the other stuff than what specifically affects me, is what you're telling me. And I mean, look, that's totally understandable. Like some people say, look,
I think it's interrelated. Unless you make over $400,000 a year, you're going to be benefiting more under a Kamala Harris administration.
Well, that's the thing. I can't say that I do, right? And that's not me trying to like say anything. It's just, and then it's
so
also
then
from
like
the-
specifically, then you would have the same level of tax cuts under the Harris administration versus the Trump administration. Secondly, if you look at this, the stock portfolio is already booming under Biden. You understand that the S&P 500, if you want to look at all index funds, they were all doing all-time highs under Biden. The idea that's unique to Trump is ridiculous. And actually, under Trump, in the beginning, remember, it was declining, and people were like, oh, you know what, the stock market doesn't actually matter that much. You know, we saw people actually arguing that, right, after the stock market was doing horrible and atrocious. But as soon as it's back to normal, right, they're just, everyone forgets about that.
I mean, even prior to COVID, the stock market was absolutely ripping. And then, you know, obviously COVID happened, and then, you know, we remember what happened after there. I think that he and you know, it's really weird to think that like the president and his rhetoric directly affects the stock market and improvement of the Mag 7 or all the 500 companies, but it does, right? He genuinely knows how to tell the story and how to say that he's great friends with all of these CEOs to make people confident, because it's like, it's not an indicator of what Trump says or does. It's an indicator of what the market feels, meaning of what consumer retail investors and big bank investors feel. And they obviously feel confident in this presidency because it keeps going up.
No, they feel less confident because the economic trends are horrible. The jobs reports were dog shit, right? And it's indicative of the fact that his tariffs are gutting our economy, right? The real GDP growth is lower. There's higher unemployment. Unemployment's gone up.
I mean, look, when it comes to the economy, when it comes to the economy of the country, I guess you can look at it in two different ways, right? On a macro sense, like the economy, which is like signal things such as like GDP, unemployment, things like that, and then there's the markets, right? Because that's the public markets are really what dictate this country's actual growth and its strength, and the private sector. And what I lean to like give more importance to is going to be those markets, because that's where my money is. That's where I'm invested in. And over the long term now, if I feel that I have more disposable income because the president that's in office is making those companies one way or another rise, or giving more consumer confidence, retail investing is higher than ever, meaning normal people like you and I are putting more money into the market and getting more back. These things are growing. That's a really positive indicator for me to feel that I'm being taken care of under this administration. And, you know, when it comes to social topics,
all of these things would happen either way under the Kamala Harris administration. And again, you're not talking about how many people are going to be harmed by the economic policy. You're only saying me, me, me. How does it benefit me, me, me?
Well, that's also one of the reasons, like from a social perspective, because I'll be honest, you know, I am a Christian. I did go to, I'm actually a Roman Catholic. I went to Catholic school from like pre-K to college. So that's also something that's like deeply ingrained in me. And one of the things that I felt that I was also kind of looked over when Kamala was running specifically. Okay, yeah, I apologize. Was that when, I mean, Trump just understood how to market himself better and how to get the votes of the people that actually, the votes that he needed, right?
You mean like lie, like say that he's going to reduce prices when he knows that he can't? He's willing to lie?
Not even specific things that he was saying, just from like a purely marketing perspective about going on the right podcast, talking to the right people, and speaking to the right audience, which is you and I, right? Like we're probably somewhat contemporaries in age. You're probably maybe like 10 years younger than me, but nonetheless, like people in our age group and in our demographic, straight, young. I know you said you have a girlfriend, but maybe like single or dating males. They're going to be listening to those Joe Rogans. They're going to be listening to those Theo Vons, and that's where he was appearing. And he was actually speaking directly to us, right? And
Yeah,
even if the message is
so
bullshit or not,
there's no way that you genuinely are voting for Donald Trump just because he goes on Theo Von and Joe Rogan. I'm sorry. If you're voting because of that, you're not informed enough to make these types of decisions. And yes, that is going to happen. And yes, we should have gone on those different types of platforms. But no, that's a ridiculous way to vote. That's not a good reason for you to. That's not a good reason for you to vote that way.
I just started listening to you and Dean about like a week ago, and I really love what you guys are doing. Like, you guys are the shit. Keep it up. Like, this is so important for people to be doing. However, I completely forgot what I was going to say, but
I mean, Theo Von and Joe Rogan should have me on so I can explain to them how bad they fucked up.
Well,
by promoting Trump. I would love to be able to explain that.
Well, they are already starting to go back on their like.
With the whole DHS stuff.
I've heard.
Well, what I was saying is the reason why I brought up you and Dean and I started listening only like about a week and a half ago is the majority of people that I see that are coming on to debate with you are probably the people that got swayed because they were listening to Theo Von. So you saying that they shouldn't be voting because it doesn't matter, right? Like,
I'm not saying that they shouldn't vote. I'm saying I'm not saying they shouldn't vote. I think people should vote. I think they should inform themselves before they vote.
I agree, but when you understand that the majority, I mean, I wish there could be like an actual number of what amount of people actually educate themselves and find like one or two specific topics that matter to them that they're going to vote behind, versus people that just vote because of something that they heard on the news, something that their parents
and I want to change the culture around that, and that's uniquely what we're able to do now because of these different types of platforms that exist that historically has not existed, and that's exactly what I think we need to do to a greater extent. Because when people are just voting for Donald Trump because they think that the Democrats caused inflation with no evidence of that at all, it's ridiculous. I can't believe that such a huge percent of people specifically thought that. I was constantly talking to people and changing their minds on that every single day. They thought that Donald Trump was going to reduce the prices when he was literally advocating for policies to increase prices. And no matter how much you say it, no matter how much you explain it to people, a lot of people just didn't care. They didn't actually think about it. They believed Trump more than they believed me for some reason, even though I used reason and evidence. It's because he tries to simplify it in such a manner in which relates, which is ridiculous, and it's obviously absurd.
Well, I'll tell you what, though. Like I said, what you're doing is great, but Donald Trump actually, like, to my larger point was, I felt like he was speaking directly to me, where I felt like Kamala was speaking to everyone else but me. And I felt like if somebody in our demographic specifically, which, I mean, let's be honest, that's probably one of the core groups that voted.
She was also speaking to you. She was also speaking to you because
but
again,
not
she was
where
going to
she's
give you
gonna
tax
find me where I
breaks.
live.
Do you plan to have children?
I don't know. Maybe.
Do you plan on buying a house?
Not really. No.
Okay. Well, do you specifically want a better labor market, like a job market, to be able to get a better job?
I'm a business owner, so again, like, doesn't really apply to me.
Okay, you're a business owner. Do you want more people to be able to buy from your business?
Of course, obviously, yes.
So then you want to benefit other people so that they can buy from your business to a greater extent.
Well, I have a business-to-business company, so it's more than consumer, like, discretionary spending. It's more about, like, businesses need my service to run. But
businesses are able to consume more from your business, given that they make more money from consumers. So if you benefit society as a whole, it benefits the businesses that are buying from your business.
Fair.
It increases their incentive to buy from you.
Okay, fair. I mean, I'm not really sure what your point is there. I was more talking about specifically like the platforms that Donald Trump was speaking to, because I love to keep on talking about like the financial and the capitalist perspective, which is kind of what leads my political affiliation more than anything. It really is going to be led by what I feel is going to provide me and my family economic security. That's what's going to be my main. Like I said, if I was sitting here and I'm going to vote entirely based off of.
It seems like you're going to be okay either way. You're going to have economic security either way. It sounds like you're a businessman, and it sounds like you do fine in terms of that. And it is the case that you're going to be fine either way. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like Kamala Harris being in the position of political office is not going to take away from your economic security. So if you can provide economic security for a greater amount of people and still maintain the economic security for yourself and your family, why wouldn't you do that?
That's a really fair question. And I guess that's where I was moving away from the conversation about like financials and going more into the, I don't want to say like social issues, because I know that can get really weird when we're talking about Trump, because I don't, again, I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm a Republican. And that's the reason I wanted to come on here and speak with you. It was, I want the younger people that do quote unquote support Trump to not do that and to more align with what party that they actually want to, vote for now and moving forward in the future, because you don't vote for one person, you vote for an administration, you vote for a set of ideas and a set of values. And for me, that's the Republican Party. I don't really like Trump personally. Like I would have preferred, honestly, anybody else, but I just personally wasn't going to vote for Kamala during the election time. Kamala, sorry.
You give him a greater ability to define what the Republican Party will look like by voting for him.
I do. And I at least knew Trump because and I know that the question that you have in the beginning of the discussion is knowing what you know now, if you could go back in time, would you go ahead and vote for Trump again? And I mean, that's a really difficult question to answer because, you really don't know, but I can just base my answer off of the information that I had when I was evaluating both candidates. And my evaluation relied heavily on, did I feel like I was being spoke to? Did I feel like I was cared about? Did I feel like my voice actually mattered? Because this is just going to be on a more like micro, like on a bigger level of what I feel kind of is happening with society right now. I feel like people like you and I can get overlooked a lot of the times. And I feel like we were, with the Me Too movement, and a lot of things happened where, young men were just kind of looked down on. And now I feel like it's pretty commonplace for us to like kind of.
The Me Too movement doesn't look down on men as a whole. It looks down on men who are predators who have assaulted women.
Agreed. But then that could also make just a regular man, that's maybe trying to date, look a lot more creepier than he maybe would have looked 30 years ago. I mean, look,
creepy?
You see it happen.
How do you look more creepy? Dude, I'm a dude.
I mean, so am I. And I have younger cousins that maybe don't have as much social acumen, that maybe don't have game, that maybe don't look good, that maybe don't have so much, economic security. So, I mean, it's the facts are the facts. Like young men are not having sex. Young men are not dating. Young men are getting addicted to porn. They're getting addicted to drinking.
Okay, so why is loneliness in males happening to a greater extent? Because they're listening to red pillars. Because they're becoming incels and listening to groypers. Because they're becoming socially ostracized because they want to hold absurdly obscene views. That's why they're being socially ostracized. So until there can be some level of self-reflection and accountability in terms of changing the perspectives and trying to get people to realize where they're wrong in the very first place, to realize how harmful that ideology is for them and how it distances themselves from everyone, and it literally it pulls everyone apart, right? When they have such like horrible views, okay, obscene views. That's what's pulling them apart from everyone else. The reason why they feel so alone and the reason why they feel like they don't have community is because they've rejected that community, right? By specifically, having such obscene views.
I don't necessarily think that that's the cause. I think it's more the effect.
I think that's social. I don't think it's the only cause, but I think it's a huge, huge, huge factor.
I think that, man, I'm going to have to disagree with you on that one, like wholeheartedly. I don't think that you find the groyper community or you find the red pill and then you lock yourself up in a room and play Call of Duty for 12 hours and watch, and
it becomes a feedback loop. Though,
yes,
right? I mean, these things don't just, you
yeah,
stumble on it, but what they do is that all young men or all men at some point in their life, many men, I'll say, right? They might be lonely at some point in their life, right? And they might feel like the world's ending. I know what I did when I was younger, right? We felt the world's ending.
Yeah.
And we find these little nuggets and what the poison pill is it teaches us that we are not in control of our own destiny, but that other people are the cause for why we should like actually say that they're to blame, right? That it's about women that we to blame. It's actually their fault that they won't date me, when really it's about the men having bad beliefs, having bad attitudes, and frankly not knowing how to interact. Many of the young men simply don't know how to interact with women, right? I'm not like all that, as, like very sociable or anything, right? But in my later life, just simply talking to women, simply being out there and being personable, it's not that hard once you actually actually start to do it. And many men don't want to have to work for that. They think that it should be served up to them on a platter, when you actually have to work for it, and you have to show that you're in it for something more. And that's the danger of like these type of very toxic places, because what it does is it teaches men to not want to change and to be better, but instead to blame other people for problems that you created.
Yeah, like no one's gonna want to
That's
be
like
with
in your
you.
mind.
No one's gonna want to be with you if you're a bad partner, right? If you aren't doing anything, and if you feel entitled, and you feel like everyone needs to do everything for you, and you're not bringing anything to the table, who's gonna want to be your partner, right?
I mean,
look, and oftentimes men feel entitled, especially to domestic labor, right? They feel entitled to not have to do that, to not have to bring anything to the table, especially when living with their partner. They do nothing domestically, right? And then it does not feel equalized, especially when there are equalized salaries, especially, right? And equalized level of working. Women are also working to a greater extent in the context of domestic labor. It's called a double shift, that they're engaging specifically in the context of the labor force, and then doing a double shift at the home in terms of doing significantly more domestic labor, because men feel entitled to not engaging in the domestic labor, because that they probably weren't expected to do that through their whole life, so they specifically didn't learn it to the same extent, right? And two, specifically, right, they feel entitled to it because they feel like because society is normalized men not having to do these things, they feel like they don't have to do it. Right. And then it reproduces them not wanting to put in the effort to actually go and do that, especially for their partner, even when they're asking, because it is the case that they were socialized into the set of conditions of, oh, I don't have to do this, and oh, I'm entitled to this, and oh, it's too much effort for me to do, or oh, they're quote unquote better than me at it, or something like that. Right. It's always excuses like that.
Look, first of all, I want to say W, Matt, because that was fire. Thank you for coming out, and thanks for turning on the camera. I think that's a W for everyone here. And secondly, I think that the rhetoric is also kind of dangerous, because now I'm looking at the chat and I'm hearing what you're saying, and I'm pretty much explaining that this is a point of vulnerability for a lot of young men, and it immediately gets us ostracized, and it says, well, it's all women's fault. It's all, you guys can't take accountability. Men will blame everybody but themselves, and it's like that's not what I'm saying.
Go to therapy. Seriously, I'm serious. Go to therapy. Men need to be told that they can express their emotions in positive and good ways, and that they need to deal with them in positive and good ways. And the way that men are dealing with their emotions right now are not good, and they're leading to them not having community and being ostracized because they don't know how to effectively deal with their emotions, because they were normalized into a culture that didn't teach them how to deal with their emotions. Because again, you just got to man up.
But do you see how the conversation shifts? Well, now it's like, oh, every man should just do this. Just go to therapy. Just figure it out. Just step outside. Just talk to people. Instead of
you have to do stuff. You have to do stuff.
No. But give me a second. This is my point exactly, guys. Just give me a sec here, because I'm trying to tell you, look, I have felt appreciated and I felt talked to because Donald Trump went to where I was, right? And I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm a huge Joe Rogan. I listen to Theo Von occasionally. He's funny. And he went on some of these podcasts. Oh, Nelk the Boys, whatever. Okay, he was there. But at least he came down to our level, looked us eye to eye, and was like, hey, look, I'm going to have a conversation with you. As opposed to people that might be on the other side, that when they want to engage in these kinds of conversations, it ends up sounding like what you guys are saying right now. And I don't disagree with anything that you guys are saying. You're totally right.
What's wrong with what we're saying right now? We're not going to coddle you and say you have to do no work in order to have community around you. There is,
but it's about how we want
when
to
you
be
have relationships with people, you have to do work to keep them around. That's the reality. You have to attend to them. You have to be emotionally available. You have to be able to engage with them. That's how you develop positive and meaningful connections in your life. You know what I mean?
Understood. But we can all acknowledge here that the scales have tipped in forms of dating. Women are just going to school, going to college at much higher rates. Women are getting greater jobs at much higher rates. They're progressing in their career much better. Women, for what it's worth, they've kind of taken that step above men. They realize oh, we can do anything, which is amazing. Do your thing, but now they're just not going to date down, right? And men
women's
are just
success though, but but see how you're painting it is though as women's success means that men are failing. That's not the equation. When women are lifted up, men are lifted up. Men are just now having to see what it's like not being in the position of privilege that they've had for 5,000 years. That's the difference. See, that's what you're not understanding. Is look. I'll be honest with you, though. You and I, we actually do agree, right? I agree that the Democrats should talk to men in certain ways, right? We need to like reach out to them because Gen Z in particular, they went to the right. I don't want them going to the right. I want them to come to the left. But what I don't want to do is I don't want to get them in their head that they're a victim of something. Because victimhood, it infects who you are and you start to blame others, and then that leads to anger and to spite and to all these other bad emotions. We can teach young men that it's okay to be who you are, but when you want to actually go out and if you want to get a woman, if you want to start dating anything, you have to make yourself better and you have to actually put in the effort to do so. That is not saying anything that it's bad to be who you are, but women want you to have the right opinions. They want you to have the right type of way that you act and everything. And if you're not going to act that way, then you can't expect to get many women. That's just how it is. And so you're going to have to kind of change who you are, in like some kind of way to get to that point. Because if how you are right now, there is something about you that is making women not want to come to your side. What is it? Probably the way that you're acting or like what you believe in.
In the same
Probably
way that you're
like
telling
one of those two
Democrats
things.
that we need to talk to men in a different way and we need to engage with them in that type of way is the same way that you need to view engaging in relationships. If you want people to want to be in relationships with you, you have to see what they want in a relationship. You have to communicate with them. You have to engage with them, and you have to see what feels best for them. And you have to try to work with them to do things in the way that will feel best with them. And that takes a lot of work and communication and engaging with them, especially in a very, very, very meaningful relationship. Especially when you start living with someone, especially when you've been with them for a long period of time. That becomes so important.
I mean, obviously, I'm going to continue to be painted as the bad guy here, and I do agree with you guys, but I just feel like we're not really getting to the root of what I'm trying to say here, which is all of these are really great solutions, and I agree with yes, guys, like get off your ass, go outside, touch grass, go join a third space, like go hang out at the mall, like whatever, but it's not as simple as that. Like that's not what's happening. The reality is that there's hundreds of thousands, if not millions of men, young men, especially now, Gen Z, that are 9, going to be turning 12, going to be turning 15, going to be turning 18, that they just did not ever develop that muscle. They have the iPads in their face and they're just chronically online and they're just not going to be able to develop that muscle. And as easy as it might be to say, yeah, just go outside and talk to people, that's not going to happen.
I didn't just say go outside and talk to people. I said go to therapy. By the way, I'm not someone who goes outside all the time, right? I understand what it means. I'm part of the generation that had the iPad in my face my whole fucking, not my whole fucking life. There was a point in my childhood where it was like literally just like me climbing trees and stuff like that. But there was a part of my life where there was like the transition where I started going on a huge portion of my life, especially like middle school, high school and stuff like that. I was in front of a device the whole time. So
can I tell you? Like, can I position this in a way that, I mean, it's going to make me sound a little bit, rude, whatever, but like, can I tell you what this sounds like to me? This sounds like you're telling poor people, stop being poor.
What?
Because you're saying like, oh, if you're a young man,
we're telling men to go to therapy.
You're having mental health issues. Oh, well, I recommend you get a job. It's
okay.
Like, you're prescribing one solution.
We're recommending men go to therapy to address their emotional irregularities, things that are happening in their lives that are bad. That's a recommendation, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that's a beneficial recommendation?
I understand what you're saying, but just get what I'm saying here. Like you're just like prescribing one solution, and now this problem's going to completely go away.
We're not saying the problem. We never said the problem's going to completely go away. We said these are things that we could specifically do to remedy and to talk to people and to bring to people specifically things that they could use to benefit their life. It's benefited my life. Really. Like I didn't see the beneficial aspects of therapy until I started utilizing it.
Oh, same. Shout out BetterHelp. Shout out to Crystal, my therapist who changed my life. I agree with you. And I would probably not be where I am today if I didn't seek those. But I had access to be able to pay for BetterHelp for just $300 a month.
But please listen.
Like,
please
this
listen.
isn't the case for everybody.
Just one
Go
second.
ahead,
Please
sorry.
listen. Which party wants to provide health care to people, including mental health. Which party wants to make sure you get access to it? Only one party does that. We are advocating for it because we believe all people should have access to it. The reason why some men and some people don't have access to it is because we have a fucked up healthcare system. One party wants to change that and make sure everybody has access to it. One party does, not the other party.
But come on, guys. Like, let's not act as if, though, if the Democrats were in power, the healthcare system would now be completely
No.
replaced,
I'm
that
saying
everything is going to be all flowers.
Yes, I agree
get
with
it.
you.
Like,
The Democrats for a long time have fucked up on this, right? They haven't gone like Bernie, and actually done the right thing, right? That's not what I'm saying, right? But what I am saying is this: they have advocated for more outcomes with healthcare than the Republican Party. Only one party talks about mental health the way that you're describing, and that is the Democratic Party. We have members who have for decades advocated for people to get healthcare free of charge at point of access for things like mental health. The fact that it is so damn hard to find these services is like outrageous. And only one party has continued to advocate for those things to be put under government control so that people have access to it. Only one party has.
I mean, yeah, like, look, I remember at the beginning, I'm going to be very obtuse when it comes to this. My political alignment lies on a financial, strictly when it comes to money, and when it comes to how I feel young men are being spoken to and young men are being addressed, right? So that's going to be my two main things that I'm going to be holding on to. When it comes to healthcare, I'm with you. Like, I don't know if the shutdown is actually going to solve anything. Personally, I pay about $1,800 a month right now in healthcare, which is like,
well, that's stupid.
And yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. And it's because I don't have a job. I'm a business owner. I have to do that for myself and my wife. And I mean, it sucks. And if that does end up going up 75%, like, obviously I'm going to be extremely upset. So, but I don't want to move away from the main topic that we were talking about, which goes back to just how I feel that the handling and the communication is happening from the Democratic Party, specifically.
You would save
to
money
people
from a
like us.
universal healthcare system.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not going to say that UBI or universal healthcare are bad things, but it's not even on the table. So why are we talking about it, right? Like, we're talking about Trump.
Because we advocate for
those
it.
things
Because we
wouldn't
wanna
have
get-
actually
because we
happened
want to
if they
get
were
it
in
in
office
people's
either
heads
way.
that it's a good thing.
Like, that wouldn't have actually happened if Kamala was in office either way. So
And by the way, Kamala was advocating for increasing access to health insurance. And you have to understand that when we talk about these things, we're bringing it more into like the conversations of what people are having to change people's minds on the matter, right? To be able to get people to see that there are other solutions than what's specifically being provided on behalf of, say, like the Republicans and Democrats as of currently, right? And by the way, the Democrats were talking about this and did have conversations about this, especially in the 2020 primary race.
I mean, a lot of things are said during the race. You and I both know that, right? How many things did Trump say during the race? And I'm not gonna let's not act as if the Democrats hold their word to everything that they say when they're running. You have to do what you do to get the votes, right? So I don't want to play in the land of hypotheticals of saying, well, this could have happened and this is what they were running for or whatever, right? So, I mean, that's to me, that's a little bit irrelevant. And again, I don't want to go deep into the healthcare conversation because that's not one of the
and
reasons
Vidal,
why
like back to the male thing. I agree with you that the Democrats have, shall we say, lost their way on how to speak, to like men, right? And last election showed that because we lost young men for the first time. Like, that's a big problem. I agree with you. It's a problem, right? But the question is that we disagree about how we go about solving it. Because I believe, and I think this is Parker's point too, is that you don't solve it by speaking down to men and saying that you're victims of something and that you should just cry about it and blame others, as so many people do. Instead, it's about recognizing what you're good at, putting in the actual boots that people can pull themselves up by, so that men and women can be lifted up together. Because for so many men, they believe, unfortunately, that the rise and the success for many women is a bad thing because it brings them down, and that simply is not true. It's just not true. And they are like caught in this fucking feedback loop where all it does is just brings them back into that, and they need to get out of it and pulled out of it. And how you do that is to not infantile them and tell them that they're essentially babies without any free will.
So you see, and I agree with you, but one of the things that I don't like is how this demographic that I'm referring to, that I'm trying to defend, is spoken to and is spoken about. I'm sorry, Kamal.
Are we men? We're all men. We're talking about ourselves right now. We're talking about men in general, right?
when Mrs. Harris was running for office on her website, she goes, "This is who we run for," right? And there was 27 different groups, everything from LGBT,
And there was
you
no
know,
men. And
and
there
there was no men,
I know.
and there was no men,
I
and
know that.
especially young men, people that are 35 and under. We just feel ostracized. We just feel like, you know, oh, it's just an easy fix. Be a man up, go to therapy, do this. But no one's actually taking the time to come down.
We're
our
not
level,
saying
look
man
for
up and just go to therapy. That's not what we're saying.
I'll
We're
talk
just saying
to any man,
we're
by the
giving.
way.
We're,
feels
we're-
like that, and then you
listen,
look at the
listen, listen.
comments.
Listen, we're giving actionable solutions, and you're saying any level of actionable solutions we actually give you, you're just gonna not accept. That's essentially what this sounds like. You're not willing to accept any actionable solutions. We're telling you things that have worked for us, dude. We're not just telling you this because we want we want to blame you or whatnot. We're telling you this because this has genuinely helped us.
But back to my analogy of what I said earlier, this is a big problem that's happening in this country and globally, right? I think with the rise of social media, I think with the rise of like easily access to porn, that's a whole other issue that I'd, would love to talk about. I'm not sure how much that has to do with actual politics. I think that young men are just really experiencing a lot less social interaction, a lot less marriage. I mean, you've seen it, right? Like, what's the absorption rate when it comes to actual new childbirth? You've seen it in China, you've seen it in Japan, and you're seeing it here. People just aren't fucking. They're not having babies. They're not getting married. Like, these things aren't happening anymore. And that's a really big problem.
People aren't being forced into conditions where they specifically have to. That's actually why we're seeing this to a lesser extent, is because there's less forceful conditions. There's greater access to contraceptives, right? There's more sex education
And cost.
Yeah.
Like I'm in the prime age to be having kids, right? And if I get married in a couple years and I want to have kids, I have to think about cost. It's so fucking expensive to have a baby, not just for health insurance, but for daycare, for childcare, for school, all that stuff. I have to think about that, right? But again, Vidal, I'm going to come back to the fundamental thing, though. Which party is advocating for solutions to those things? Only one party does. That's why I am always like, blown by when people say, well, Democrats don't care about men or anything. We actually do, because we propose policies that will make it easier for men to be fathers and for men to actually go about their lives and not have to worry about all the things that are going on in like the world nowadays. Only one party does that.
Sure, that's an effect of things. And I mean, I can't disagree with you there, but it's not as if though that's specifically like what they're running on or how they're campaigning or how they're presenting it, saying that this is going to actually benefit.
Your point about how we talk
we're
to
going to
them,
benefit
right?
from it, and like, great, but no one's actually sitting here addressing that. No one's sitting here trying to actually figure out how my life could possibly be made a little bit better. What about like all of these young
I
men?
think that is changing because we learned from the last election that we have to talk to men. But again, it's about how we talk to men. And Parker and Dean, who are very big on this platform, they will talk to men about this. They're totally fine talking to men about, and giving advice on this. I'll talk to men about this because I have something actually in common with people who feel, let down in their early life and they're not getting women and they feel that they're too ugly or too whatever, blah, blah, blah. I know what that's like because I went down that rabbit hole too. But guess what? I got pulled back from it. And I got pulled back from it mainly because of X, Y, and Z. But then I did the things that every man can do, which is, one, talk to women, like actually get on their level, have correct opinions about like basic human rights and about and like good things, and just be a decent person, and you're actually be okay. Things will be okay. And that's what I found out, in the last like 3 years. But men don't. I think they fall down this spiral and they form opinions and they form beliefs that lead to more and more self-blaming, and that leads to bad men and bad people, and we want good role models to actually come up. And I think Parker and Dean are prime in this situation. We have others on this platform who are prime in this situation, who can actually speak to young men to like show them that it's not all doom and gloom, that you can work, and that we actually want to build them up.
I mean, but again, this goes down to, I know that analogy that I said was not very popular. And it's just like, this is a bigger problem than just like a couple of young men. This is a problem like across the board. So it just feels like, again, like if you're telling, if you're poor, stop being poor. If you're poor, go to college.
That's
if you're
not
poor,
what we're saying at all.
get a
That's
better
not what
job.
we're
It just
saying
feels
at
like,
all.
oh, people that don't actually have that experience feel like they can just snap their fingers and the problem's going to be solved. This is something on a much larger scale. And I can see it too in the comments right now. Everyone's hating on me. Everyone's saying, oh, men just want to be a victim. Men's
People hate
fault,
on me all the
women's
time
fault.
too. Like
So
I
they're
have
all
people in
just
the comments who hate on
and
me.
it's like,
People
yeah, this
hate
is
on
exactly
everybody.
what the issue
This
is,
is-
because being like when I feel like I'm talking to the Democratic Party, that's exactly how I feel. Should I present this issue? It's like, oh well, you've ran shit for the past 5,000 years. Oh well, stop bitching.
No.
Oh well, you just want to be
Hold on,
coddled. That's
Vidal.
not it.
Vidal,
We're going
when
through
we
an
said
actual problem here, and
no,
I'm just being told to
Vidal,
shut up and stop
when
bitching.
I said that, am I factually correct? that for the last 5,000 years, men have been running the show. And it's only in the last maybe, at best, 40 years, 30 to 40 years that women have been starting to move up and have like gotten to the same level. Like, that's factually true, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. It's indisputable.
Okay, so all I'm doing is simply pointing out a basic fact, right? That's all I'm pointing out. I didn't say you have to, cry about it or I'm bitching about it or anything like that. I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm saying. But when I talk to men about it, I'm saying that's the simple fact. Now, how do we move past it and get you to understand it and move past it? And I'll listen to anybody on here. Now, obviously, I'm not going to talk to somebody who like has some vile opinions, right? Because some of these people believe some like crazy opinions. But if a young guy wants to talk to any of us about these issues, we will listen and we will talk to them and we will help them get through these things, right? But you have to make the effort to actually come and talk to us, and we will put out stuff to actually help you, because I take this seriously too, because I don't want men to go down the path that I almost went down, about 10 years ago, because I see the hell that it leads to, and I don't want people to go down that. But I'm not going to coddle people and tell them that everything is bad and that you're like a baby and all these things are bad when
Like,
we
what
can
do you want
actually
us to
make
tell
their
you?
life
Actually,
better.
like genuinely, like, do you want us to give you actionable solutions, or do you want us to?
No,
What do
no,
you want us? What are you looking for? Is essentially what I'm asking.
I don't think that we're like trying to solve any problem, right? What I'm looking for, or what I'm just saying, is the reason that I voted for Trump and why I would vote for him again is I just felt like the demographic that I belong to, a demographic that's very important to me. I have, a lot of friends and family members that are
What
in
would
that
you
same
prefer us to do?
demographic. Well, like I said, first of all, if Kamala would have ran and she would have actually gone on those podcasts, if she would have spoken to those people, if she would have, instead of continue to try to speak to the audience that she had already won, actually address the other people in the room that are voters, that are going into the workforce, that are going, that are trying to be parents, and give them some sort of like hope, inspiration, talk, instead of just absolutely neglect them. That would be a nice place to start.
I think we are. I think we do these conversations. I think that's what we're doing right now. I honestly don't think that we're having anything productive at this point. Is there anything else you'd like to say before I go on to the next person?
No, that was a lot of fun. Appreciate you guys.
All right, for sure.
Thanks for coming up.
All right, I think I'm gonna do one more person real quick, and then I'm gonna get off for tonight, everyone. One more person, then I'm gonna get off for tonight, everyone.
Let me thank some people
Or
for
today.
real quick.
Go ahead.
I thank you to Kelly. I thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Please get a YouTube. Okay, thank you. Thank you to Lee for the $15. Thank you so much, Lee. And also, thank you for a very nice comment. Thank you. I thank you to Kaylin for the $5 for also being real. Thank you so much. I thank you to Libby for the $20. Thank you so much. I thank you for the kind comment. I thank you to Tiffany for the $5. I thank you, and also for Matt get a YouTube. Okay. I think that Alexandra too. Thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I thank you all very, very much. It really does mean a lot to me.
Matt, get a YouTube. I love that. I love
Matt,
that.
get a YouTube. That's gonna be spammed in all my things from now on.
Seriously, that will be your name. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's actually crazy. Thank you so much, Sarah. Samantha, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much, Samantha. I really appreciate it. Thank you, as well as Kenneth. Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for happy anniversary. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, all for the kind words. I really appreciate it. Alexandra, thank you so much for the $1. I would say her for thoughtfulness. That's what I would say. Sophia, thank you for the $1. Thank you. Joanne, thank you for the $5 as well. Mort, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $6.66. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll make sure to look. Jelish, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Katie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jolish, again, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Jolish. Ashley with the $2. Jaslyn, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Reviews, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Jolish, the $5 again. Flying Squirrel, thank you for the $2. And Marin, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Marin. Mad, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. They said, I'm a woman in a male-dominated STEM career. We're not treated equally yet. Men are just figuring out what it feels like to be us. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Matt Scramble. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Libby, thank you for the $10 as well. Feisty, thank you so much for the $10. Megan, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Ask Yourself, thank you for the $5. Tim with the $2. Thank you. Jewel, thank you for the $2. Ashley with the $2. Thank you. Rodney, thank you for the $10. Capone, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Carolina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Lauren, the $5. Kuda, take you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. And I think I'm fully caught up, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo.
$5. Thank you.
Base.
Sorry, Parker, sorry.
No, you're good. Don't worry. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat and the pinned comment on my YouTube. as well as make sure to support Matt as long as he's up here. We're going to get one more person on here for today, and then we're going to go get off for the day. I'm going to celebrate.
2 years.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Why so?
He's made America great in all aspects, I would say.
Okay.
Specifically his border policy. Quick question. What about Joe Biden endorsing Trump when he was running against Kamala Harris?
Kamala, he didn't do that.
Do you see my photo?
You mean him jokingly putting on the Trump hat?
Oh, that's a joke.
Yeah?
So when Trump says a joke, it's not a joke, it's dead serious. But when Biden does it, it's just a joke.
There are certain things that Trump has done that are jokes that are fucked up, and I mean I can disagree with Joe doing that, I guess, to a certain extent if you're saying that, but I mean I thought he was just making fun of MAGA, honestly.
So why did Kamala Harris not feel that way?
Kamala? What'd you say?
Yeah. Why did she not feel that way?
I mean it was
Because
definitely
she
like
knew that it'd be turned into a meme. That's
yeah,
why.
like
That's what
exactly
she
what
said.
you're doing right now. Like that's actually
Yeah.
exactly what it is. It would just be seen
He's
as an argument.
referencing the book,
That's
by the
why I
way.
would say that like I would disagree with them doing it, is because like we know exactly what the right's gonna do.
And they did it.
But when Trump does that to you guys take it and run with it and push the agenda.
Like what? What
completely?
Trump doesn't put on a hat of the opposite party. Trump says fuck shit and then pretends
Yeah.
it's a joke after he says the fuck shit. But when he says it, he actually means it. It's only later that he says, "Oh no, that was just a joke." That's the difference.
All right, but what about John Fetterman? Have you heard what he said recently? Democratic
I've
senator.
heard many things about John Fetterman. What does he have to do with anything?
He's pushing
think
that
about
the left-wing terrorism is at an all-time high in the past 30 years. Something that you guys say that isn't true.
You're saying John Fetterman said that left-wing terrorism is at an all-time high?
Right-wing
It's
domestic
fact.
terrorism is more likely to occur by a significant extent comparative to left-wing terrorism. Do
I
you
want to
agree
source
with
for that, by the way, but
Go to his Twitter, John Fetterman's Twitter.
Nope. Okay, but you see, it's a small portion, right? It's a very small portion of the overall domestic terrorism. So, do you want to acknowledge the overall majority percent that
Have
is
you seen the
domestic
graph,
terrorism
Parker?
on the right?
That the Robert
Yes,
Representative-
I've seen
Have you seen the
exactly what
graph?
he's talking about, and it's like such a
Yeah, I did too.
small little portion and sliver is left-wing
Yeah.
terrorism, and they're like,
Let's
"Oh my
ignore
God,
all the
left-wing
years."
terrorism is off the chart! It's off the charts." When it's like the smallest little sliver comparative
Yeah.
to like,
and
the-
then all the years prior, it's like the gray is like right-wing terrorism, and it's like sky high for every fucking year.
So a Democratic senator tweeting that out is why would
John
he
Fetterman
tweet that
has
out?
been pissing me off lately, frankly, and I think, look, and frankly, as of right now, if he ran for re-election, I wouldn't support him. He's been one of the biggest disappointments.
Would
that
you
I've
support
ever
Trump?
seen. No, what the fuck?
What?
So
What-
who
what
would
are
you
you
vote
saying?
for? Nobody?
Are you
John
saying
Fetterman-
John
well, I
Fetterman
can't vote
versus
for-
Trump?
Oh yeah, if it
Yeah.
was John Fetterman versus Trump, then I vote for John Fetterman. But I'm saying if I was in Pennsylvania and if I was voting for senator, I would vote in a primary against John Fetterman because I think he has been a huge disappointment. But if it was John Fetterman versus Trump, I would obviously pick John Fetterman because he's still a Democrat. He's just a very disappointed, type of Democrat.
What about Kamala and Biden opening up
Kamala.
the border?
Kamala. And
Wh-
when did they
whatever
open
her
the
name
border,
is.
and what policy opened the border?
Their open border policy.
Which one?
It's the policy of the open border. What about? Let's get to the point.
No,
It's the
wait,
policy of
wait.
open border.
Tell me what open border policy?
Policy.
I don't know. I didn't follow them. They were the worst thing that has ever happened to America.
It's
You
so
said
bad.
that
he
their
doesn't know
open
where
border
it's from.
policy. What open border policy?
It's the open border policy.
Let me look.
It's the policy.
Give me a
of the open
second.
border.
Give me a second. Give me one second. Hold up. Hold up. I'm trying to. Give me one. Hold up. I think I found it. Look, I found it. Oh, did he leave? Hello? Are you there, bro?
Either he's
I'm
leaving
looking
or
it
he's
up. I'm
looking.
look-
Oh, he's looking it up. Give him a second, everybody.
He's going to, yes, please find the executive order that says, I, Joe Biden, hereby proclaim the borders to be open. He's like Moses. Let the borders be open.
He said, "Separate the sea."
Yeah, separate the borders.
Trump said, "Build the wall, build the
Yeah,
wall,"
Trump said build the wall.
and it just
Trump is
disappeared.
Pharaoh.
It just
Trump is
appeared.
Pharaoh. Biden is Moses.
Didn't Parker say he'd date a trans person?
What type of fucking
These pivots.
these pivots are crazy, bro.
You
God,
said
my
you'd
neck
date a
hurts.
trans
Ugh.
person.
Do you wanna talk about something relevant to the live?
That is relevant. You're in the live.
It's
I'm
not.
in the
It's
live.
not
That's a
relevant
fact.
to the live.
Why can't you answer the question?
Do you want me to?
Because
Do you want me to
regret saying
kick you?
it?
Because do you want me to kick you?
No, I brought up my points and you guys start bugging out. Let's answer some questions.
We asked you to find something, and you
Yeah, and you didn't
pivoted
find it.
faster.
And
I
you did
did.
find it.
I said
I need a
Then
fucking
tell me.
next
Then
one.
tell me what you found.
it's the open border policy.
Yes, please cite me the executive order.
I don't need to do that. It's literally facts.
Why?
You can look it up yourself, pal.
Hey, I'm the one making the claim here.
Yeah. Do you
Give me
want
the
to like?
policy.
Speaking of the
Do
open
you want to?
border,
Do you want to give us
you
the
know,
policy? We're waiting. What's the open border policy? Come on.
it's the open border policy. That's the name of it.
We're waiting.
I just gave it to you.
What was it?
The open border policy.
That's not a policy.
Look it up.
What do you mean?
Let's get on to the next point, though. You said
You have
dated
no.
trans
You have
person.
no. You have no evidence, dude. You know how embarrassing that is. You're so
Nah, I have
embarrassing,
all the
bro.
evidence.
Yeah,
You get paid by the DNC.
I get paid by the DNC. What reason do you
He's
have to
hitting all
believe
the
that I'm
greatest
paid?
hits.
Yeah, I know, right? What reason do you have to believe that I'm getting paid by the DNC?
It's common facts, kid. Look it up.
Why no? What reason do you have to believe that?
DNC's payments to you in your bank account in your name.
Where did you see that?
All over online, kid. Simple lookup. For anybody
Where
in the
online?
chat.
Because I'm
You wanna
online all
look
the
it
time
up?
and I don't see it. We're all
Pallet
online all the
management.
time. We don't see
Pallet
it.
management.
I'm not. I never signed with Pallet.
Mm.
Kelly, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Kelly. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And also, if that were my management company, wouldn't I be paying them? Olivia, thank you for the $5 from the DNC. Thank you so much. Christian, thank you for the $5 for the happy anniversary from the DNC. Thank you so much, Christian. Libby, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Libby, on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Do you think that's all DNC money, or do you just think it's like shadowy DNC money that I get paid off live?
You said you dated trans person. That's gay.
Okay. This guy's like not even coherent. Are you like sentient, bro? Hello? Hello?
You
Are
can't
you
answer my
sentient?
question.
Are you sentient? Are you
Did
sentient?
you mention that before?
Are you sentient? Hello? Hello? Are you there?
The ice raids are good for this country.
Hello? Are you there?
Trump's
Open
the
up.
best president of all time.
Hello? Any response? Nothing? Nothing? No response?
Joe Biden endorsed Trump
Oh,
over
okay.
Kamala Harris.
Dude, looks like maybe we have AI on the live or something. You can't respond? Are
He's
these
stuck in
MAGA
feedback
bots
loop.
that are being sent up on the live by Trump?
You get
They-
paid by the DNC.
Are you
Yes.
are you even like sentient right now? Like are you like a AI bot that was sent in by the Trump
Nah,
administration?
but I was in here the other day and you were crashing out because some kid was calling you out for being Dean's,
Dude, he's like
little
actually
brother.
an NPC. He doesn't even engage with anything I have to say. Dude, hello? Are you like a GTA NPC? Matthew, thank you for the $5 from the DNC. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Matthew. Thank you so much for the DNC payments. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Jamie, thank you for the $2. Katie, thank you for the $5 from the DNC, or $3 from the DNC. Thank you. Tyrone, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You got anything else
What
before I
women's
kick
right did Trump take away?
you? Abortion access.
He didn't take that away.
Yes, he did.
What did
He's
he do
also
to take that
violating
away?
people's due process rights. He's violating people's First Amendment rights. He's violating people's Second Amendment rights.
You said you dated a trans person.
Dude, he's like actually like an NPC. Dude, are you even sentient? Can you respond to anything I just said?
He's not sentient.
Hello? Are you sentient? Hello?
That's gay. You said you dated
Are
a
you
trans person.
so are you just homophobic?
No.
Like
but
are you trying
said that.
are you trying to like say being gay is an insult?
No.
Okay.
It's
so
just
then
common fact that if you date a trans person, you're gay.
why are you so obsessed with who I would date? I mean I
'Cause I'm-
I get it, bro. Like I get it, dude. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks,
But I'm
Daddy
good.
Trump.
What's up?
Before I go, just say thanks, Daddy Trump, for paying my bills.
What are you talking about?
Just say it. Be a good boy, Parker.
How about you speak?
Be a good boy.
Oh, good boy. What a good boy. Good
Be a good
boy.
boy. Say
He's
thanks, Daddy
speaking
Trump.
when I tells him to speak. What a good boy. Oh, what a good boy. What a good boy. How does it feel? You just got Uno reverse card. How does that feel? Joe Lish, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it for the dark money DNC money. Thank you so much. Rodney, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Thank
I
you.
came
Thank
on
you.
here to troll, but I will say thank
Nicole
you
with
guys for what you
$100. Thank you so much for
Whoa,
Midwestern
hold on.
Mama. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate some W's for Nicole in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Do you actually support Donald Trump?
Yeah, he's the greatest
Okay.
president of all time.
Okay, you've got to be trolling.
He said he was a troll. So.
He said he was a
No,
troll.
I'm a troll. I'm a Republican troll, though. I come on here to make you guys crash out, and
That's
I
still
got
a
exactly
troll.
what I wanted.
That's still a
Still a troll. I'm still kicking you. Nicole, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Absolutely, Tyrone. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. Samurai, thank you for the $5 from the DNC as well. Thank you so much. If you're on YouTube, I would really appreciate if you like the stream, everybody. If you hit that thumbs up, I'd really, really, really appreciate it. Again, get some W's for Nicole in the comments section right now. I really, really, really appreciate it. I'm going to get off for today, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through to the stream. One thing I was going to leave everyone with real quick. It's a really, really, really funny thing real quick. Really good quote. Watch this. This is like one of my favorite quotes of all time. Thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much. Take a guess what it's going to be. Take a guess what it's going to be, chat.
Smart people don't like me.
There we go. We love it. We love it so very much. Thank you, everyone, for coming through to the stream, everyone. I really appreciate it all. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I'm going to go celebrate my anniversary with my girlfriend.
Everybody, let's go raid Jaden. I know Jaden's live, so let's
Base.
raid Jaden.
Raid
Everybody go to
Jaden.
Jaden. So say, thank you, Parker, for having me up. I really appreciate it. It's been fun. And thank you to chat. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody on YouTube. Thank you, everybody here on TikTok. I will see you all later. And Parker, have a great night. And I hope you and everything have a great night. So.
Of course, of course. Kayla, thank
Yeah.
you so much. Really appreciate
Bye,
the
dude. Take care
$10.
of
Thank
yourself.
you. Good night, good night, good night. Or good day. It's actually 1 o'clock. Everyone, go over to Jaden's stream. I love everyone so much. Go to Jaden's stream. Spam Parker Raid. Spam Love Parker. I'll see everyone tomorrow. Good day, everyone. Good day.